on the face of the sun.
Yeah. Fuck you. You are not lying at all. And
It was hot,
oh
man.
God. Oh, and just for old memory's sake, I've got Charlie Freak in the in the queue. I'm just kidding. God. Yeah,
That,
that
oh my
episode
gosh,
right there.
that was
Oh,
epic. I mean, of all
oh,
the hundreds of shows I've done, the little live streams, videos, whatever, that one went crazy. If and nobody's ever seen it, I probably should repost it. Maybe I don't know because it's way back, like 5 or 7 pages deep on my Rumble channel.
yeah.
But I might bring that back to the forefront because that was epic. I might, try to pare it down because it's a 3 hour video. But yeah, the Jason Q Charlie Freak throwdown was epic.
And it wasn't even meant to be that.
No, that was
Remember,
not the
because he was late
intention
and you're
at
like,
all.
hey, you want to come on? I'm like, shit, I'm not doing shit, so
Yeah,
why not?
no, that was
Um,
epic.
uh, hold on 1 second.
Holding. Well, I'm glad to see everybody here. I'm keeping an eye on the chat a little bit. Holy cow, guys, things going so fast I can't really see it. Carol's in there.
Oh, you know what you could do is I noticed the three dots you have up in the corner of your chat.
Uh-huh.
If you hit that, you can hit enable slow chat,
Oh, I see.
enable large history, and then pop out chat. So then you don't have to have the screen up. I just have the chat up, so I don't have the whole
Yep,
video
yep,
playing.
yep.
Yes. And also today is a huge anniversary. It is Megan and Tim's 6th anniversary. And if
Woo.
anybody don't know who Megan is, that is Dina's daughter. So we're going to give much love to them. And I mean, 6 years, that's pretty good. And they're both in the Air Force. And I mean, Tim's killing it over there. I mean, he's one of the top recruiters in the Air Force now. It's like top 5 in the nation.
Well, I believe nowadays, since Hegseth and Trump took back over, where they couldn't even pay people to enlist in any of the armed services. Now they're beating and killing all of their quotas, and people are joining up in record numbers because we got some competent people at the top of the chain.
Yeah. You mean they're getting rid of everything that's fake and gay?
Yeah.
All of it, all of it. So, Pope, I do have a video I'd like to share. Now, there's no audio, but it's of the camping trip, right? Dina made like a big slideshow of it. And unfortunately, it doesn't have any of the karaoke, I believe, but I think Dina does have that. I'm not sure if she does or not, but yeah, because I mean, it was
Well, I thought there's other people probably have videos that were there of the karaoke, but they
yeah.
Josh made us sign an NDA to be able to not put that stuff out on social media.
Well, unfortunately, I didn't sign it.
Oh, well, we're good to go then.
Yeah, you should have caught me at a good time, but didn't catch me that time. So,
It was fantastic.
oh
Josh Reed, Red Pill Project, and Jason Q doing duets in karaoke. It was fantastic.
yes, yes, fucking duets, people. And then we had Joey, and then we had like all three of us up there, and yeah, little Atticus. I mean, it was. I mean, your setup, fucking
It,
amazing.
that was the first time using that TV. I mean, if the setup, people say I live in an RV, an RV motorhome, and
Down by the
outside
river.
it has a compartment with a big TV, 30-inch TV. So I hooked up my sound system and my computer. I normally do karaoke. I have done karaoke in the past, but I got the whole DJ setup. So I set that all up, plugged in TV, and it worked out perfect.
Oh,
Even though it was hotter than blazes, I didn't realize that you could actually, go beyond swamp crotch. But yeah, it was horrible.
look, I even had titty sweat. I'm like, the humidities.
Yeah.
I'm like, man. So I'm gonna let this fire off right here. It's 4 minutes and 6 seconds. So yeah, shall we?
We shall.
All right. I mean, this was just an awesome. That was us taking off. There's that little dirt track. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the RC track. Yeah.
Yep. Caught us blurring. All of us in the river. Good old Jeff. Yeah, Danny, Kenny Beatley. I mean, now this was epic, right? So we show up and it's hotter than balls. And they have a sign here that says, danger, don't swim, because there's a little plaque right here that says somebody died here. So what do? Fucking get the inner tubes. Let's go. That's it. And then, yes, that's rain. We got there. It was nice and sunny. We got all set up. Oh. And it started raining.
And it was coming down, man. The lightning was crazy.
Nuts. But I mean, what a just. It's all of us again. Josh, Michelle, Dina, Marsha, Ron. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here's a story of a lovely lady. Oh, and that's Dina cutting her birthday cake. Louis Roux cookie right here.
The property was an amazing, a beautiful property. It was, I mean, good grief. I could live there for the rest of my life.
Yeah, it was so great.
Just
Yeah,
awesome.
and a shout out, yeah, to those guys, Darren, the Forrest family.
Yeah.
He spent time, a whole day before we got there, because we knew people were coming with RVs. So he rigged up wired electrical plugins so people can plug in their RV. So yeah, phenomenal, great people.
Yeah, 220 at that.
Yeah. And they even asked how many we had, and he had them all hooked up.
Like, there was, I think, 5 RVs.
Yeah. 5. This was just amazing. How he designed it all. There's this little pontoon. And the thing about the pontoon is that they had a cable stretched across. So when you get on it, there's like a little post here. You just take the cable off here, and you can pull yourself all the way across the pond. It's actually really, I mean, this man, he had a nice setup.
And you caught a fish out there, didn't you? Or was you or
Yeah, a couple of them.
Yeah.
Then here's the lakes of the Ozarks. They had a massive Trump.
Look at there, Jason riding bitch.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking right, I did.
That's good times.
And this, I have no idea where this is, but when we went on that bridal tour, that bridal cave tour, and they gave us like a USB with all these pictures on it, and that's on there too. And I want to know where this is because I'd love to go check it out.
Yeah.
There's some, I don't know what this was, but
It's got to be nearby. I asked Darcy about it. She said they've never been there, didn't even know it was there. So keep it hidden.
And there's a couple fun-filled facts about, like the Ozarks, right? They have more coastline than all of California.
Wow.
It's like 1,300 miles of coastline. They have in just one lake. That lake is massive.
Yeah.
Massive.
The Lake of the Ozarks is a hidden gem. It's like located right in the middle of the country. Not a lot of people talk about it, but there's some great. I mean, there's tons of caves around there. People are into that type of caves, different castles. I mean, I've been looking around because we live we moved. Now we, instead of living in Florida, we live outside of St. Louis in Missouri. And I've been, exploring, looking for around, trying to get familiar with the area. And there's Lake of the Ozarks is huge. And I was very surprised too, is how hilly or mountainous
Yes.
compared to Florida that Missouri is.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, there's tons of fun stuff in Missouri.
Yeah, and I mean, because when we went to Rick and Darcy's, I mean, it was just the wildlife everywhere. I mean, and I noticed too that, even when we went to the gas stations, right? I mean, they had everything on the honor system. I mean, it's a very trusted community down there. I mean, I loved it down there. I mean, it was
Yeah.
hot as balls, but I mean, other than that, I mean, we had a great time. I mean, we spent the whole week with pretty much our family,
Yeah.
first half there and then with Rick and Darcy, because I mean, Rick and Darcy, period, are just two of the greatest human beings around. Because I mean, Dina's known them her whole life.
Yeah.
With the
Since
school
sixth
and
grade.
everything.
Little
Oh.
old town, Bullhead City.
And that was in Arizona, right?
Yep.
So I got a little bit more of this, but yeah, that's us pre-burn. Well, we get to.
Yep. Yeah, all the houses.
I mean, Joey
Even
K was not lying. I mean, their palaces out there.
well, even the boat slips, like the boats actually have to be lifted out of the water because the water gets so rough.
So that's the Bridal Cave. Did Jason and Dina do something
Yeah.
that I don't know about?
No.
Trust me, you would know.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be all over the news, and we'd probably still be locked up. But
Look at that. That's
I mean, this
Yeah.
place was amazing.
Mhm.
Hi, Lou. And also with these caves, they have blacklight tours, right? And the chick had a blacklight with her, so she shined on the blacklight, and I'm like, and the colors were like unreal. But we did learn something because all the brown stuff, all the sediment and everything, how is discolored underneath, it's from the leaves above.
Yeah, the tannins.
Yep, the tannins, and it soaks through, and it actually leads onto it.
Oh, that's an interesting factoid.
Yes. So I was like, well, that's nice to know. Gonna put that right in our little pocket. Yeah, they have a ladder there.
Just look how funny the water is on my phone.
Can you swim in that thing?
They did. They went down in it before. But I mean, that's the end of the tour right there.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's still some, iffy parts of it.
Was
Just
there any entrances to the inner earth there that you could find?
no.
Any ties to any crazy nefarious stuff that you found in any research about Lake of the Ozarks?
I know there's a bunch of shit that's going on in Lake of the Ozarks. I mean, it was a great time. And I think what we're thinking, like, next year, it'd be something cool to like go to like almost go to Mammoth Cave in Kentucky, because there's a lot of shit in Mammoth Cave. A lot. And like whitewater rafting or something like that. All of us just go, and whoever wants to go, we can camp. If you don't want to whitewater raft, just go tubing or something like that, or kayaking, anything really.
Yeah. Anything.
Because we were thinking about like West Virginia, because like the New Ungali River, I mean, went down that a couple times, and it was just a blast. So maybe we could get something together for like next year.
Yeah.
Some kind of trip that we all go on, that see who all wants to go on it, and give ample enough time and talk to Josh about it. And
Yeah.
like,
No, I would
pick a
be.
spot
I'm
and go.
all in.
because yeah, it's just stuff like that. Just want to go out there, have fun, and mingle around with everyone. And like I said, everybody out there that we camped with, I mean, we had a blast. I mean, it was a blast.
Yeah.
Because, like some people are like, I'm not doing that. It's like,
Camping.
give us the mic. Get the mic. Let's go. Because the thing is, we weren't drinking. So it's like, Josh had a couple, but I was like, yeah, I'm going to go the other route.
Yeah.
A little happy, Because, I mean, people want to say that it's all bad for you. It's like, how?
Yeah.
Well, that's one of the crazy things. One of the psyops that's been perpetrated on humanity is back in the 30s, I think it was, that that movie, Reefer Madness.
Yes.
That was 100% complete propaganda from the pharmaceutical industry. They made the movie out. If you smoke a joint, you're going to end up killing all your friends.
Yeah, it's a gateway drug.
Yeah.
Yeah, because right after smoking dope, I want to go straight to crystal meth.
Yeah, exactly. No, I smoked a joint and started booting heroin the next second.
Yeah.
So it was crazy. But no, because our bodies, the cannabis plant is our partner plant. Our creator put that on here to help us. Our bodies have an endocannabinoid system.
Yes.
There's systems and things in our body that can utilize, and there are purposes for this stuff. It's not just about checking out reality and all this different. It's meant to help us and keep us connected to nature and our creator for sure.
Yes, and to absorb all the benefits of that plant.
Oh, there's huge benefits.
But you never hear anybody talk about that, how we have a cannabinoid system in our bodies and all the benefits that plant can do for us.
No, absolutely. I mean, quite honestly, here's the thing that I've come to understand is the people, the greenies, the climate, alarmists, the climate cult. If they were serious, they're not serious because here's the difference. The only way that we can save the planet is we got to pay more in taxes. Right. We got to give the government more money so they can fix the problem. What there isn't really a problem, but or then the other side. Well, how about sustainability? They want sustainability. They want wind. They want solar. All this other stuff. Until they start talking about hemp, because hemp can save the planet.
100%.
Hemp is a variety or version of a cannabis plant.
Yeah.
That and it can do anything. You can make clothing, plastic. You can make a building.
Everything.
There are buildings, construction that are much safer, cheaper, more ecologically responsible to build things. I mean, hemp can say so. Until these climate freaktoids start talking about hemp and how it can save the planet, because it can grow sustainable. It's way even more than bamboo when the stuff grows. But our federal government, puts cannabis in the same classification as heroin, meth, cocaine, and that's just not the case at all.
And it grows in abundance. It grows so much faster. The turnaround time on plants and usable material is just so fast.
No, like I said, hemp can save the planet. We don't need all of the solar and the wind, and I mean that's probably good, but I think we're too early in the technology release to be able to take that. We can skip all that stuff and go right to 0 point energy.
Yeah.
If they would just turn loose of some stuff.
Yeah. So
I
Brucey,
think it's coming.
Tell us about your new channel.
Well, so people who don't know, I'm Bruce Poppy, got involved in this movement after 2020, just like most everybody else. And so I spent a lot of time building a channel. It was actually Scott McKay, the Patriot Street Fighter, who told me, he said, hey, Bruce, you need to get your voice out there and start, because there's people that you can reach that I can't reach. So I started the whole process on YouTube. Back then you could have a YouTube channel and not getting killed. But now I've, gone through 8 or 9 different YouTube channels. So over time, my perspective, my personal spiritual journey, and where I believe that the creator is putting me in has changed. We got to move with the times. And so I saw happening what's going on right now. And we need to change our mindset, because everything, the way we see and view everything in our life is all about mind and the way we think, our thoughts. That's the formula for creation, is thoughts can create emotions, and those emotions create actions. Actions equal results. And
Oh.
so everything starts in the mind. So I started shifting, and I've always been really interested in and pursuing for my own personal self, personal growth, reading books, all these different types of, success stuff.
Yeah.
And I was been prompted to we need to do that more. So I started a new channel on YouTube.
Mhm.
It's called Bruce Poppy Show. There's my logo.
Yep.
Bruce Poppy Show, and it's all about mindset stuff. I want people to unleash excellence in our lives, because we all have this inside of us. We all have greatness, the potential that's inside of us, which needs to be unleashed.
Yes.
People don't know it. There's limiting beliefs. There's still programming, MK Ultra stuff people are dealing with.
Right.
So this channel is all about mindset, and it's about unleash in all areas of life:
Mhm.
health, wealth, your relationships, your career, job, all that different type of stuff. It's all in how we think, and we can have a much better life and have a much larger impact on the people around us if we are in a better place or better state of mind ourselves. So that's the channel on YouTube, Bruce Poppy Show on YouTube.
Okay.
And so I've been focusing on that.
And just so everybody knows, the links are in show description, and I think they're in the chat as well, pinned.
Appreciate that. Yeah. No, because we can all be better. Here we are. We're just in the beginning stages of unleashing and rolling out this golden age. Right. So we need to be able to put ourselves in a position to be able to best take advantage of that for our own selves personally and for the community around us. So if we need to be the best we can be, I mean, I found that is a better way to red pill people, to get people awake, to start thinking, is that if you are living your best life right now, when everything seems to be chaos and burning around you, and you're happy, having a positive outlook. And here, I'm not going to tell you that everything, once you make this decision and start this process, and it's not, okay, I'm going to be positive, no, it's not going to be puppy dogs and rainbows. It's going to be a struggle. It's going to be a fight, because these, some of the stuff that's been ingrained of us, these paradigms that we have learned for our entire lives, can be generational. And so it takes some time to break through some of those walls. But once we start this process, man, we can do anything. I mean, that God didn't make you by mistake, right? You're here for a purpose and a reason.
Totally. So learning more tools for your tool bag to navigate through all of this in a healthy, productive, positive way.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We need those tools.
I mean, because, many people, the other idea that I had, because I've, like I said, been in I like personal development and growing and learning.
Mm-hmm.
So many people, this is my experience, we see the different, the big names in that particular space, like a Tony Robbins, or, some of the older guys, Zig Zig, all these different, I call them, motivational guys.
Yep.
They have fantastic information, but then you want to go get some of this information. Their seminars are just crazy freaking expensive.
Right.
And the average person, can't spend a couple, $3, $4, $5, $10, $20,000 to go and get this type of information. So I am bringing out this information all for free. I'm living it, right? I didn't just read a book and parroting different stuff. I am actually implementing these principles in my life, and my channel, a lot of it is me sharing what I'm going through, how this is working great, as I'm going through, learning about positive mental attitude and the gratitude and all these I am implementing this stuff in my life. So I'm sharing my own personal journey, the struggles that I have, and how I can overcome them. And that's one of the other things about my channel that my intention is to bring people, to create a community of people that can learn and feed off of each other. Because I'm not a guru. I don't know everything. I'm just a guy trying to, like the Prince song. I love Prince, the music. Dearly beloved, we're gathered here together today to get through this thing called life, right? That's what we're doing. We're trying to get through this thing. And there are tools, I wouldn't say there are tricks, because that's one of the misnomers. A lot of people in today's society I call it the microwave society. We want everything right fucking now.
Yeah.
Right. We don't want to go through the process. We don't, we're looking for some silver bullet, some magic thing that can, we snap our fingers and we can change everything in our life we don't like. That's just not reality.
No.
But if you embrace the process and start doing small things, those things will compound, add up, and you'll be able to have a better, more impactful presence in your life and other people's lives if you go down this path.
Agreed. And you mentioned something very important. You have to implement these things.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're just not going to read a book and say, okay, I read it, now I'm good.
Yeah.
No, it actually takes some action.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's awesome. I'm excited for you, and I'm excited for everybody to hear what you have to say and learn from each other.
And I'm still
You're
doing,
a wealth of knowledge.
I try to be, that's in this whole movement. One of my superpowers is my authenticity. I've always been that guy. I'm not going to blow smoke up your butt. Why? Right. I'm always willing to talk about the 500-pound gorilla in the room.
Yep.
Hey, we got an issue. We can deal with it head on. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Right. So let's be real, because we've been lied to our entire friggin' lives. So, let's be real with each other and let's be better and move on.
Yeah.
Right. Because like I said, this golden age that Trump is ushering in, I think a lot of people, this is my viewpoint, unpopular as it might be, is that many people are thinking there's just going to flood in. We're just going to get something for doing nothing. And that's not the case. You might get some fringe benefit, but if you actually put the work in, you're going to receive so much more. And it's not about, doing stuff to get stuff, because that was another key moment in my awakening, is when I realized in my head and my heart, when I made a decision to serve others rather than serving myself.
Yes.
It was like everything I touched turned to gold. I was Midas, the yellow brick road, every door, there was doors, opportunities were opening that I could never have done myself. It just seems like everything, I was in that flow state where everything is working good.
Yeah.
And so once you take your eyes off yourself and you start putting it on other people, that's where magic happens, right?
It's a beautiful thing.
It is. When you when you have the mindset of being able to, or wanting to improve other people, just to do that, not for your own personal gain.
Yeah.
There is magic in that. I'm not lying. It's not a joke.
No.
I'm not, it's not hyperbole.
Yes.
When you look to improve the lives of others, enhancing the lives of those we touch, there's the fulfillment that is inside of you, the sense of purpose, right? Because a lot of people are just floundering around. They just haven't found their purpose, or they're afraid of their purpose, or they're afraid of stepping out and doing something different, even though inside of them they know they should.
Yeah.
But this is all about the whole thinking process and changing our mindset. I even wrote a book. Yeah, I even wrote a little ebook.
Yeah.
And you can get that at go to my website and you can link to that website, but it's brucepoppy.com.
Yep. It's
brand new website, just put out a couple weeks ago. I'm still working on some stuff, the shop area with some swag things I'm building, and then the resource area, that's going to be the money shot. But the website is up. You can go there, check it out, get the free ebook. The ebook is called 7 Mindset Shifts to Change Your Life. So you just do one little thing a day and change your outlook, change your perception for how you see things. Yeah. And boom, shakalaka, you're on your way.
Yeah, you are. And let's face it, change isn't easy for anybody. But if you have sort of a template to go off of, that obviously helps. And the more you do it, the easier it gets. It's just like a muscle. The more you do it, the easier it gets.
Yep.
So
100%.
Got to start somewhere.
Yep. That is
So
correct.
that's what I've been doing the last year and a half ish.
Yeah.
Outside of, then, also coming up too, huge, our friend Lewis Herm's running for governor of California. So I'll be
That's right.
helping him with that campaign,
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
trying to get, he's the We the People guy.
So
if you're-
what will you be doing in that genre, in that lane?
Well, initially we're going to be touring California, going around kissing babies, shaking hands, campaigning, getting, because Lewis is unknown,
Yeah,
outside of the truth or patriot community.
right?
So, fighting that demon that's in that California is the government there,
Yeah.
that exposing all that stuff. So that's what our focus is. And when we win the governorship,
Mhm.
what role Lewis decides to bestow upon me, I don't know
Yeah.
yet.
Gotcha. So you and
Maybe
Miss
you could run
Natalie
that-
are going to be leaving from Missouri, heading over to California.
Middle-ish of September, we're going to California because end of September, almost to Thanksgiving, is our big push tour. We're going to be doing all kinds of campaign stuff up and down the whole state of California, and then because the primary is next June. So if anybody wants to find out more about the campaign or Lewis or support, because you don't have to live in California or be a voter in California to support and financially and otherwise. But yeah, his website, Herms, FOR Cali, Herms4Cali.com. And
Nice.
go there. That site's up and running. So it's going to be fun. We're looking forward to being out in California and taking it to the deep state, because there's some crazy corruption stuff going on in California that Lewis is about ready to break, and it's going to blow your mind.
Crazy is an understatement.
And now they caught Karen Bass with dealings with the CCP.
Yeah.
Like what? Nobody saw that coming.
No, she's
We all did. Jesus.
unbelievable. Yeah, talk about a DEI hire. She was elevated to that position for some reason or another, but yeah, she's completely useless.
Well, useless to us, but for the communists, it's.
Yeah, she's on the A team for the communists.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah, she's varsity there.
That's it.
And it's just
right
because we found some
Yep.
delightful stuff. Let's just say.
Just most recently, the California fires, the Palisades, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Trump went out there and put them all on Front Street, Newsom, Bass, the whole nine, about the whole permitting situation, helping people rebuild. That's not happening. What they said was going to happen, and now they're taking people's properties through some abandonment type of loophole thing, and they're going to be building low income housing in Palisades. So they're taking people's property, and they're saying they're abandoning their property because the place burned to the fucking ground, and so they're not staying there. So they abandon their property. So the city's taking the property, and it's a whole big scam. That was the whole purpose for the fires, was to burn those people out so they can implement their 15-minute city strategy.
Yeah. I mean, it's what everybody was speculating from the start anyways. It's all come to fruition right here.
Yep. And that big concert thing, fire aid, all the donate over $100 million donated, and that money's not going anywhere near where it needs to go. It's going to a bunch of NGOs and a bunch of people connected. And so, the people who's got all their shit burnt, lost everything, aren't getting squadoosh, but the people are getting millions of dollars. It was horrible. I mean, this goes all the way back to that Farm Aid. Boy, that was in the 80s or 90s.
Yeah.
That was a big scam.
Yeah, 80s. Yep.
So you gotta look, and you gotta expose this stuff for what it is, and that's what we're continuing to do.
Excellent.
Yeah, because California's. It's like half a step away from being completely fucked. The people in California really need to start opening up their eyes and saying, hey, you know what? But everybody over there, it's almost like it's all soft serve. because you're dealing with all the Democrats, and there's way more Republicans in California than there are Democrats. But now that they totally just said, you know what? Because the Supreme Court yesterday came out with a ruling. Was it yesterday or Friday? I think it was yesterday. Came out with a ruling about the whole the gerrymandering of all these districts, and how these Democrats and all these districts, and how they're just cut around so that all these people can get in, and they could bring in somebody like, you know, shithead Crockett. You know, it's like how out of all the people in the nation, how does that end up in Congress?
Out of Texas.
Yes. But
Man,
now
it's
about to get her
it's the major cities. I mean, you look at, you know, breakdown of the maps of, you know, where you know, who have voted traditionally Republican, number of registered voters. It's just the cities. I mean, LA, San Francisco, Sacramento, the big cities is where it's blue. Everything else is red.
Yep.
You know, being involved in the campaign with Lewis, we're looking now. I am, you know, in the California numbers of, you know, registered voters, independents. There's a lot more independents or no party affiliation in California than most people think. They think people want us to believe it's the bluest states in the whole country, and that's just not the case at all.
Yeah. No, it hasn't been. I mean, I remember my grandparents talking about it when I was a kid. How are we still blue, this whole state? You know, we're going back 40 years. Yeah.
So there's ways, you know, this is part of what Lewis is going to be bringing about in this campaign. There's ways you can be environmentally responsible and not have to burden every single person in California with all these taxes from gas and property and this and that and the other to be able to have a quality environment. That's just, you don't need that. So this is some of the stuff Lewis is bringing forward. The corruption, it's massive. I mean, it's we think DC is bad. I mean, California and the political system out there is worse.
Agreed.
Oh, god awful. I mean, just being out there, and you realize that there's a lot of great people out there, but it's like, how is it so fucked?
I mean,
yeah.
With all the laws and codes, and my whole family moved out of California for that specific reason. You know, I mean, they just make it impossible. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer. And there is no middle class. None.
No.
Never has been.
Nope.
Never has been.
No. All right, guys, I'm going to bounce out.
All right.
But if Miss Natalie happens to swing.
I will let you know. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Hell yeah.
Bye, Brucey. Love you.
Oh. Love you too. She's great. Oh God. So Brucey, we have a video I want to play.
Okay.
15 minutes long. It's by our girls. And once again, I'm going to put it in the YouTube chat. And then if somebody can kindly please move it over to the Rumble chat, because I can't find my password to get back on my thing again. So, surprise. But they mentioned something in this one that we mentioned early on. We made the connection way early on in this, and who's connected with the shooting. Have you ever watched these ladies, Bruce? Promethean updates?
Hold on. Let me pull up my thing. Oh, there you go. No.
Yes. Oh, these women, they've been at it for over 50 years.
Wow.
On all this. So I'm going to let this run. And this is, because these ladies, like, we dig into some shit, and then we go back and watch these ladies, and then you get the whole UK side of it. Now the UK is all involved with Israel and all these other just shitbags that just want us destroyed. So I got this.
The declassified annex to Special Counsel John Durham's report reveals how the deep state operated under both Barack Obama and Joe Biden. George Soros' Open Society Foundation and a bunch of NATO DC think tanks had the auto pen. The Democrats and the New York Times say this is old news, Russian propaganda, and a diversion from the Epstein scandal. But I'm going to show you that it's a glimpse into the operating procedures for the New World Order, concocted in the aftermath of the 2008 financial collapse and the 2014 coup in Ukraine. Donald Trump's 2016 election disrupted their plan for the destruction of both our republic and Russia, which Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton were designated to carry out. I'm Barbara Boyd, and I've been following the coup against Donald Trump ever since 2016. If you look at it as an internal U.S. affair, you will miss the forest for the trees. John Durham's now declassified annex provides shocking insights into how a private globalist cabal was dictating U.S. government policy, including that of the FBI and CIA. But you won't get it if you don't realize what exactly you're looking at. So I'll start today with the key parts of the declassified annex itself. Then I'm going to show you its place in the battle between President Trump and the globalist New World Order. Finally, I'll place these events in the context of the British imperial plan for the final destruction of both Russia and the United States. Treason is really the word for this. But first, if you're enjoying these videos, please make sure you like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. It helps send a positive signal to the YouTube algorithm. Now, first, let's hear from Mike Benz, who gives you a good, punchy summary of what's here.
The CIA discovered that Russia had hacked George Soros's Open Society Foundation Eurasia Center director. And it was that man, Leonard Bernardo, who was the head of the Open Society Institute Eurasia Center, who had said that Hillary Clinton had approved this plan to paint Trump as being backed by the Russians and Russians interfering in the election. So this was not some random anonymous source. This was the head of the Eurasia Center for George Soros's Open Society Institute. George Soros, the biggest donor to Hillary Clinton. George Soros, the biggest donor for the entire Democrat Party. George Soros, the man who personally economically raped Russia in the 1990s, who personally claimed that his wealth was built on the back of replacing the Russian empire with the Soros empire. And it's his own institute working in tandem with Hillary Clinton in order to start Russiagate. It's unbelievable.
The annex starts with an FBI source providing 2 Russian language memorandums dated January 2016 and March 2016 to the FBI. That itself is a shocker, since most think Russiagate started in July of 2016. The memorandums detail emails from Leonard Bernardo, who headed the Eurasia desk of George Soros's Open Society Foundation, and Jeffrey Goldstein, who also worked on that Eurasia desk, to and from Debbie Wasserman Schultz, the chair of the Democratic National Committee. The first memo details how Hillary Clinton.
Now, why is Debbie Wasserman Schultz's name being brought up so big in this, right? Because her brother is all over the flight logs. Casey Wasserman, all over the flight logs.
Was going to defeat FBI investigations of her mishandling of classified information on her private email server and the pay-to-play corruption of the Clinton Foundation. That involved direct interventions of Barack Obama and Attorney General Loretta Lynch. It says Clinton's crimes were known by the DNC and Obama since June of 2015, and Obama was going to obstruct FBI investigations of Clinton because they would, quote, damage his legacy. Here's what it says, quote, Obama has no intention to darken the final part of his presidency and legacy by the scandal surrounding the main contender from the Democratic Party. To solve this problem, the president puts pressure on FBI Director James Comey through Attorney General Lynch, however, so far without concrete results. The March 2016 memo continues in the same vein, emphasizing that the Clinton server problem has been solved through, quote, timely deletion of emails, and Barack Obama's sanctioning the use of all levers to subvert the FBI's investigations. But it goes on to note that the Clinton campaign, with the assistance of the intelligence services, is now formulating a campaign to attack Trump by smearing him as a tool of Russian mobsters. Here's what the email says. Among other things, the Clinton staff, with support from special services, is preparing scandalous revelations of the business relations between Trump and the Russian mafia. A third report, received from the same FBI source in late July of 2016, exposes another round of Soros' Great Society email correspondence with Hillary Clinton's foreign policy team. This memo finds Clinton's foreign policy advisor, Juliana Smith, telling the Soros boys that Hillary has signed off on a campaign strategy to smear Trump as a Putin agent, using the lie that Russia provided DNC and Open Society hacked emails to WikiLeaks as the opener of that campaign. Since they think the election is in the bag for Hillary, their emphasis is on demonizing Trump and Putin. Here's the big part of the email on July 25th. Bernardo writes, the media analysis on the DNC hacking looks solid. He goes on to say, Julie says it will be a long-term affair to demonize Putin and Trump. Now it is good for a post-convention bounce. Later, the FBI will put more oil on the fire. This email makes clear otherwise that their intention is to ruin U.S.-Russian relations irreparably. So the Russians knew all about their plan, and they got that information from emails of the Eurasian desk at George Soros' Open Society Foundation, the Atlantic Council, the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, and the Center for a New American Security. They knew all about how the Atlantic Council associated CrowdStrike and Threat Connect would concoct a lie about Russian hacking of the DNC. Five Eyes was already deep into the plan, using British and Ukrainian intelligence and assets to target Trump campaign advisors, including Carter Page, George Papadopoulos, Paul Manafort, and General Michael Flynn, while forwarding the results to the FBI. John Brennan told Obama and the FBI that the Russians knew, but they proceeded with the plan anyway, because once Hillary won the election, they thought all evidence of their crimes would go away. They also believed that once they sold their big lie to the American public, no one would ever believe the Russians again. Now, when you read the emails between Clinton foreign policy advisor Julianne Smith and the two Soros Foundation Eurasia desk operatives, you can't help but be struck by the authoritative and commanding overview they present of the entire criminal enterprise. They know all about the media campaign they are about to run and the journalists involved. They were dictating the fake news which claimed the Russians expropriated emails from the DNC. They brag about the fake Russian DNC hack story and claim that it will become the equivalent of the fake Olympic scandal against Russia, which they also ran, providing initially a nice balance for Hillary post-Democratic convention. They know all about the insights of the Obama administration, the FBI and CIA, and the Clinton campaign, and speak as integral players running these operations. They are so sure that Hillary will win that they are concentrated on primary goal to put this country on a guide path to its final destruction, namely its total integration into their new world order. As Mike Benz notes, the idea to call elections, quote, critical infrastructure and control and police them federally as the primary front in censoring American speech and ensure the right electoral result occurs to them right in these July 2016 emails. Of course, all the participants in these emails can't remember them and deny their actions. But the CIA thought these emails, although probably a compilation, were absolutely authentic. So what is the Soros Foundation Eurasia Dex? Well, it has been the coordinating point between the various CIA, British intelligence, and modern British imperial operations against the former Soviet Union since the fall of the Berlin Wall. What are the think tanks from whom the Russians derive all of this explosive information? They are all NATO think tanks in Washington, D.C. They have been dictating U.S. foreign policy for years and running color revolutions and foreign elections. When the British House of Lords came to the United States in 2018 to check on the process of our destruction, these are the places they visited. They came away saying they still had a major hold on the intelligence agencies, the State Department, these foundations, and the Congress. It would be sufficient to contain Trump for one term, they said, but not for two. Finally, who is Julianne Smith? Well, she was Biden's NATO representative, Biden's security advisor as vice president, and she is otherwise associated with every NATO enterprise in Washington, D.C. since the beginning of her career. Right now, she leads a new defense consultancy with none other than Biden's Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin. So finally, how is this placed in the overall strategic dynamic? Well, the Ukraine coup in 2014 was a joint enterprise of the United States, British, and NATO intelligence to create a vassal state on Russia's border through which to foment regime change operations in Russia itself. For them, it was a step in the long-term British strategic goal of controlling Eurasia. Russia stands in the way of that. The Eurasia desk at the Open Society Foundation has been the critical private sector component in this NATO operation. At the same time, the Open Society Foundation, through the Obama administration, waged an all-out war, a culture war in the United States to destroy what was left of U.S. industrial and scientific capacities, using open borders, drugs, and economic deindustrialization as their tools. Under their idea, the U.S. would be one among many countries in a new multipolar, multicultural world governed by a central banking financial oligarchy. If you look at the present EU, you get the idea. Simultaneous to the Ukraine coup, NATO's Strategic Communications Center, first established by Obama in 2012 to police conspiracy theories and populist movements worldwide, set out to perfect total information warfare, establishing cells of journalists to dictate public opinion while censoring any type of dissident speech, particularly any speech questioning hatred of Russia or Donald Trump. Before MI6 agent Christopher Steele wrote his dirty dossier, he was part of this NATO project, writing dossiers claiming that both the Brexit vote and other populist votes in Europe were the products of Russian subversion. Dossiers which were widely circulated through the State Department, where Steele had been an advisor on the Ukraine coup. Destroying free speech is, of course, the final step in destroying the ability to think at all. So now you see why treason is an appropriate word here and why understanding the true nature of this battle becomes so very important. Maybe we'll get the scalps of Comey, Brennan, and Clapper, and that would be a good thing, but it won't necessarily solve the problem. That's why Donald Trump has taken on a much bigger battle, reordering the entire global map in favor of sovereign nation states, and why you need to understand these battles on that level. I'll have more to say about that this week on my X account and in Promethean Actions newsletter. We're building a strong community through the newsletter to win this larger battle. The response from all over the world to our shows and to our new show has been terrific. If you haven't already, subscribe to the newsletter. It really is time to get on board and participate with us and the president in making the world anew. Again, thanks so much for listening.
Thanks for watching.
And subscribe to our free newsletter at Promethean.
She breaks it down pretty simply there.
That she does. But did you notice who she mentioned? NATO, right? So, isn't it just, I don't know, coincidental that NATO was in DC and New York the weekend before Trump was shot last year?
Hmm.
And all of the I guess you could say the upper echelon of Secret Service agents were guarding NATO and all of them instead of President Trump,
Yep.
especially when they asked for more security. We can't give it to you. Why not? Oh, we have to take care of NATO. That's really nice, you know, really, really nice. Not so much. And now you see what's coming out with that the whole discrepancies in the video, the jailhouse video of Epstein.
Right.
Yeah. So I do a video on that too, because what I was looking at is they're mentioning like somebody in orange walking into his cell. Well, what I want to know is when we watched it before on, it was Jesus Enrique Rosas, and they had a guy walking up and he was all in orange and he put a bag by the door. Then somebody came in and then grabbed that bag and took it with them. Right? So they want to say, oh, this orange figure that we didn't see before, but now mysteriously there's just this orange figure, which who knows if it's a person, if it's, because let's face it, they do all that black magic and shit like that underneath. It's just, it's shit. But it's proof that, you know, they've been rigging everything. And then we have a court case, Poppy, to go over. And now this whole May 1st deal, Trump is so far deep in 9/11 that it's like today is the perfect day that we're going to bust this out too, because, well, this court case, it was filed on 5/1 of 2007. And this is the biggie. This is the one where Phil McConnell, David Hawkins, along with 98 fellow plaintiffs. And like I have it, and we'll put it in the chat. We'll go over it. We'll read through it and everything, because there's some off the wall shit that's popped up on Scribe lately. But also, Dina, there was a hey Dina, can you hop back on again, please? Okay, please, because she has all the information about the who was it again? It's spiritual what's her name? Dina talks on X, and President Trump has been, you know, taking a lot of her stuff and reposting it on Truth. And he did one where he posted it twice. And I'll wait till she gets in here, because I think. Oh, thank you so much, Gloria, on YouTube. Thank you so much for your donation. Very much appreciated. Oh, and oh, here we go. Here she comes. All right.
Hey,
Do you have that that thing that you show? What's the girl's name? Spiritual
Street Fighter
Spiritual
on
Street
X.
Fighter. Yes. Yeah. Can you bring her her thing up?
Um,
By chance?
like right now.
Yeah, like what the post was, because whatever post he did post.
Oy, oy.
You know what? I get it real quick actually.
I can send it to you.
Yeah.
I'm on the iPad, so yeah.
All right.
Let's see.
me see.
So she does this art, and Trump has reposted. It reminds me of back in the day when Q would repost certain people. Remember those days? And he has done that several times with her.
Yes. Yes, he has.
Like,
And the funny thing is that I have the dates, the timestamps.
mhm.
So it was Tuesday, July 29th, 2025 at 5:49 p.m. That's when Spiritual Street Fighter posted it, right?
Right.
Then President Trump came back and he posted it twice.
Yes.
Remember, everything's done twice.
Yes.
And he did it on Wednesday, July 30th at 6:31 a.m. So the difference between those two times are 12 hours and 42 minutes.
Which is
well, you have 3-6. Yes, 12 is the 3, and then you have 6, 360. Because they didn't give you the seconds. So
Right.
360, it's like a circle. But also it is 762 minutes, and it is 52.92% of a 24-hour day, which is a 7-11,
Mhm.
which, you get that. And then the second one was at 6:35 a.m. So exactly 4 minutes later.
Right.
So it's 12 hours 46, which is 766 minutes, 0.15% of 2025, because the first one was 0.14% of 2025, which is 5, and the other one's a 6, 5, 6, it's 11.
Mhm.
And this other one is 53.19% of a 24-hour day, which is an 8, and a 1, which is a 9. So you have 12 hours, 46 minutes. So he's doing everything twice, and he's posting her a lot.
Yes, a lot. And she's also on True Social, because that's where, he retruths her. And she's also on Instagram too.
Yeah, she's
But
and
I
she's
mean,
and you've talked to her and all that, and
through
through
messages,
chat and all that.
because we were using her artwork for like the cover of our shows, so I reached out to her and asked if it was okay that we do that, and she said that was fine.
I mean, just a, great person.
Yep.
You start to look at this shit. It's like, oh my god! It's like you
Yeah.
said, when he was doing that and he was bringing everybody in, and retweeting them all, right? Let's see.
Cute.
It was.
I'm
And I
trying to
did
find
see
it.
somebody did put what the fuck is I looking for? Shoot. That there was today's a 11/9, because what you have is you've got August, which is your 8th month, and it's the 3rd day, so that's an 11. Your 2025 is always your 9.
Yeah.
Because it's all just addition that they use, and because why would they use addition? They don't use the plus sign. They just use a vertical line and one horizontal sticking out, because they don't like to cross. That's how much they hate Christ. Just thought I'd let you guys know.
Yeah.
Real nice. Real nice. And what? Get the fuck out. Yes.
Trying to find
No, hold on. So I pulled this up, right? Check this out, right? Now, grab your copy of the Book of Q, a PDF ebook of all Q posts.
Yes.
They did.
Yes.
$15, guys.
Okay, can we print it or do we have to buy it?
It's printable. It's a PDF. So yeah, we print it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's only
Yes.
130 pages. So yeah, we have enough paper now. And we do. I mean,
No, yeah.
so yeah, look, I mean, Lewis, they have Spanish, Arabic, Bengali, Chinese, French, German, Hindi,
Oh,
Indonesian, Italian, Japanese, Portuguese, Russian, Turkish, Urdu.
that is
Man. Sorry, Bucky. No Iranian. I love it. Oh man. Good
Okay.
times, good times. But yeah, definitely. And what I'll do is I'll put this in
I'm trying to
the chat.
find it.
So and then you can just click buy this, and then
Mhm.
that's awesome. Because somebody mentioned about August 8th, there not being anything.
Mhm.
Well, there's gonna be something this year on August 8th. Because we're doing everything by the threes, right? So it was 8/8/22 when Mar-a-Lago was raided, right? Because he had it on his placard the whole
Yeah.
entire time he was running.
Yeah.
Text Trump to 88022.
Uh-huh.
It's like he was giving you the date that they were gonna go into Mar-a-Lago.
Right.
So now if everything is all, everything's all dated now, because you have the 7/13 of 24 when he got shot, and then 7/13/25, this shit happened, all this stuff. Then you look at last year with 8/8/22, you had that 3.0. That puts us at 8/8/2025. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And what was it? Today's. Let's see, today's were. No, so there's a servers. And it's funny too, because these people, they're so, I mean, you want to go with the hard R, they're so retarded that
Yeah.
they don't get it, that like this whole deep state, they think that we're just gonna just comply. No. Let's see.
And even on his Truth social platform under Trump, he's posted so many different just regular people, like your everyday people. So many. I'm still scrolling trying to find hers because he's got like just everyday
He's
people.
covered everything.
Yeah.
But isn't it funny that Eric Trump would mention about the Washington Post is clearly coming from the top with one motivation in mind at Jeff Bezos?
Uh-huh.
So, who is Jeff Bezos' stepdaddy? Miguel. Remember? He was in that Operation Pedro Pan.
Oh,
Yeah, the communist.
jeez, come on.
Man. Oh, Rhonda. Man, I'm sorry. Rhonda Butterfly on YouTube. Her dad was killed by a cop on 8/8/68.
Ay, ay.
And then Care Bear, her daughter was born on 8/8/89.
Nice.
Just,
Care Bear.
you hate
Well,
to see, just.
this is what she posted.
Oh, here, hold on a second.
Can you see it?
Yep.
Be the calm. I am the storm. Be the calm in the storm. We knew this day would come.
Yep.
And he tweeted that twice.
Yep. And that's just one of hers that he's done.
Yep. Oh, and today, right here, boom, there's your 6 zeros. You know what that's for.
Mhm.
Doral.
Yeah.
Seal indictments 10/30/17 through 7/31/18.
Those indictments.
Total file from 10/30/17 to 7/31/18, 45,468
Love it.
sealed indictments. And that's just a 7/31/18.
Yes, not
never
even a
stopped.
year. Not even a year.
Yes. And that's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Full attack mode, Washington Post leading, of course, because Bezos. See, who owns the Washington Post? Bezos, Amazon. Bezos, what ABC agency is heavily tied to Amazon? CIA. Let's see. Those assholes are gone.
Can't wait to print that book.
And look at this, August 3rd, 2018, right? No connection, logical thinking, VIP access, threat to POTUS thwarted, U.S. Secret Service threat, ident action taken, comms dark message sent, incorrect decoding, not the person, the connection, threat 1, threat 2, 1 past newspaper, 2 future rally.
1 equals 2.
So now VIP access, right?
Mm-hmm.
They knew. Because remember, they made a big thing about that bitch behind them. How she just stood there. She was expecting it. Like CNN. Remember CNN? They came there and they were recording live. Not recording. They didn't have a delay. They had it all live.
Right.
So the newspaper, which newspaper? Washington Post or New York Times? Or is it both of them? Because you got Carlos Slim that owns the New York Times, and he's big in the drug, in the Sinaloa cartel, all the cartels down in Mexico.
Yeah.
Then you have Bezos, communism.
Well, you also have the Wall Street Journal in there.
Yep, them too. I mean, it's all right there. Then Trump decided to send 2 nuclear subs to Russia. And it seems like they got hit by a somewhat of an earthquake machine.
Yeah.
And something happened, got rattled a little bit, but it's like, why is he sending 2 nuclear subs? Now it's the hunt for Red October, right?
Yeah.
So they think they're hunting a Russian sub. Well, there's a lot of subs out there, right? The subgroup, especially 5 of them from Israel.
Mm.
God, they're such filth.
Yes. Good grief.
Oh, Dina, can you type in her X account name on YouTube? What is it?
Yeah.
A spiritual Street Fighter?
Spiritual Street Fighter. Yep. And on Instagram, that's on X. On Truth, I believe she is Spiritual Street Fighter as well. Yes, she is. And on Instagram, she's
Let's see.
Spiritual Street Fighter 17, by the way.
That says it right there.
Yeah.
How many times is that number coming up?
Oh,
I mean, especially with all the 17s, it's like, well, 1 + 7 is 8, and then we're in the year of 9, so it's like, there's add more on.
and she's like Dylan, like people steal her work and try to manipulate it, try to make money off of, hijacking it.
Fucking shitbags.
Uh-huh.
And there are no posts for tomorrow. I wonder why. Are we going to see an arrest tomorrow?
Oh, that would be lovely.
It would be great, man.
Mhm.
I mean, I think that's one of the more frustrating things. And I know things are happening for a reason, but just on a surface optics level, that nobody, zero, not a zilch, has been held accountable for anything ever.
Right.
And if just one thing moving in a positive direction. I mean, what people who are in the know and spending a lot of time looking at this type of stuff, can read the tea leaves. We are in a different phase of the situation currently. And we just need to continue to be patient and allow things to unfold. And I don't believe we're going to be disappointed when actually stuff actually starts happening in the open.
Right.
So if the year's 25, right? 2025, right? Because you
Yeah.
already know it's the millennium is 20. So how about this one? Obama's birthday's tomorrow, by the way. He's born in 61. So he would be 64 years old tomorrow. 6 plus 4 is 10. You have the year 25.
Nine
17.
and 8.
So why not tomorrow?
Okay.
Because you have it's a hot month. So you have highest offenders of treason.
Mm-hmm.
Because that T word's popping out a lot lately.
Yes, it is.
A lot.
Especially on his social media feeds.
Yep. And also because we listened to the that crazy days and nights.
Yeah.
So we because of course we're on vacation, so we didn't really listen to any of them. But now that we did, it's like we're caught up. Oh my God, that man.
Mm-hmm.
This man's doing the Lord's work and he doesn't even know it.
Or maybe
I mean, he's busting out. He did one on Lookout Mountain. He's doing a whole series on Lookout Mountain. And that's the whole, Jared Leto owns it now. And, the Air Force used it as like their little Hollywood film studio deal. Holocaust, yes, movies. And then we have, what was it? Did one on Bohemian Grove. He did part 1 and 2 on that already. He did the Poltergeist. Because I had no idea that Poltergeist was rated PG.
I know. And that movie was.
Yeah. So it's almost like they did it
On
in
purpose.
order to scare the hell out of kids.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, because I hate clowns just because that fucking scene. Dragging a kid under the bed, I'm like, fuck clowns.
Yeah.
But yes, we'll have that. And let's see what else is there. Shit. In fact, let me see. Let's see, 7, 8, 9.
Well, you mentioned about that PG thing. Didn't the that whatever company or whoever rates these movies puts those ratings on there? There was a major shift or reorganization of the way that they do movies somewhere. I think with maybe early 2000s. I don't remember the exact year, but there was a major overhaul of the way that they rank these movies. When they brought in that PG-13 and all
Right.
these other different things, and were more worried about people's feelings than what's actually in the movie.
Yeah. Ain't that the truth? Yeah, a lot of that G stuff.
Oh.
No.
And just hearing how they did it. In fact, you know what? I have it. I could pull it up. Because how dark these pricks are. I mean, it's. This. And the funny thing is, I just started I guess just like listening to him before, because like he'd come out with all like the all the blind items and all that. And, you just listen to it. It's like, yeah, there's some fucked up people out there, but you can get like little clues. Then he started rolling out the Epstein stuff, then the Poltergeist curse. I mean the Bohemian Grove one. He's just because this man knows like names and he puts the connections in that none of us can find.
Right.
So that's why like I have a whole notebook, and I mean even like I tried to print them because you could like print the like the transcript. So I did it on one, but I had a hard time doing it on the other one, so I'm just okay, just start writing shit out again. But yeah, so I did put this Poltergeist curse one in the drops. I mean in the YouTube chat. So we'll go and watch this. It's 12 minutes long. But this would, oh my God, just it's
Hey, everybody. Welcome to another episode of the podcast. I kind of wanted to talk about the Poltergeist curse. And specifically, let's start with Heather O'Rourke. And the 1982 movie Poltergeist is widely considered a horror classic, whose influence still reverberates today. Indeed, if nobody wants to live anywhere near an ancient burial ground to this day, it is because of that movie. Now, while there's been tons of horror movies released in the past decades, Poltergeist stands out from the crowd. It's one of those movies that people seem to remember more vividly than others. For one, Poltergeist is not your typical horror flick with a dark atmosphere and adult theme. It was written and co-directed by Steven Spielberg. Yes, technically it was directed by somebody else, but if you go ask who was directing it, it was Steven Spielberg. And he was simultaneously working on E.T. at the same time. In fact, the summer of 1982 was dubbed the Spielberg Summer, because E.T. and Poltergeist were released 1 week apart. Talk about two completely different movies. But Poltergeist has a similar look and feel to E.T. However, Poltergeist quickly turns into pure nightmare fodder for children. In fact, the movie appears to be specifically made to terrify children. And millions of children ended up watching that movie because it was rated PG. Yeah, nobody knows why it was rated PG. There's a scene where a guy literally peels his face off. How did that happen? Well, there was a 2001 article in the New Yorker that revealed that Poltergeist was initially given an R rating by the Motion Picture Association of America. It was a unanimous vote. It deserved an R rating. However, intense pressure by the movie makers, including Spielberg, the movie ended up getting a PG rating by unanimous vote. So yes, obviously the system was corrupted. But this caused countless parents to believe that the movie was okay for children to watch. But it wasn't. It is a horror classic. And it is absolutely crazy. It is a dark atmosphere. It's got an adult theme. And millions of children ended up watching it. And the headline of a 2020 article said that Poltergeist was a betrayal of Spielberg's audience. Said the movie is jam-packed with stuff to specifically and intentionally terrify children. It's not limited to the clown or the tree, and Spielberg is said to have taken inspiration from one that creeped him out as a child. And obviously the bedroom closet and the evil is in the TV. There's one in every room to take you straight to hell. You're not safe inside your own home, especially at night. Poltergeist contains scenes that poke at children's most visceral fears, anxieties, and insecurities. Shirley MacLaine turned down the role of the mother in Poltergeist because she objected to the terrorization of children. There's something wrong with the movie, very much so. And it is about a 5-year-old girl named Carol Ann Freeling, and it's played by Heather O'Rourke, who gets abducted by demonic spirits who communicate with her through the TV. And Carol Ann calls them TV people. And other than Carol Ann and her brother Robbie, there was a big sister, Dana Freeling. And the 1982 movie is widely considered, like I said, a horror classic. Now, many times, feeling frightful at nighttime is a visceral instinct for children. It's programmed in our genes for survival. And while parents do everything they can to quell those fears, Poltergeist does the exact opposite. There's a tree, it crashes into the bedroom, it snatches Robbie away. Then everything in the children's bedroom gets sucked into the closet as Carol Ann hangs onto her bed. While filming that scene, Heather O'Rourke had to hold onto the headboard of the bed while a wind machine blew toys in the closet behind her. The scene reportedly terrified her to the point that she fell apart. There's one scene where a creepy clown in the bedroom grabs Robbie and starts strangling him. And when Robbie's being strangled, the clown's arms become extremely tight. And Robbie starts to choke. And when he screams out, "I can't breathe," director Steven Spielberg and Tobe Hooper thought the boy was ad-libbing and just instructed him to look at the camera. When Spielberg saw the face turning purple, he ran over and removed the clown's arms from his neck. And then there's Dana, like I said, the 16-year-old big sister. And there's a scene where Dana gets catcalled by grown men working in the backyard. It's another example of preying on the young. And after getting sucked into the closet, Carol Ann is missing. And her parents discover they can communicate with her through the television. And they quickly realize that the TV people are not nice at all. We can hear Carol Ann screaming through the TV, "Mommy, there's somebody coming. Mommy, help me, please, get away from me. Leave me alone." Completely powerless against the TV, her mother yells out. And a disturbing fact is that the movie makers used real dead bodies in these scenes. And some believe that the use of the real dead bodies caused the movie to be cursed. Only a few months after the release of Poltergeist, Dominique Dunne, who played the role of the big sister Dana Freeling, was unalived by her ex-boyfriend. And Dunn had met John Thomas Sweeney, a sous chef at the restaurant Ma Maison, at a party in 1981, and the two began a relationship which turned stormy. Sweeney was uncontrollable and abusive, so abusive that Dominique did not need makeup to play the role of an abuse victim on Hill Street Blues. But she ended the relationship on October 30th, 1982. That same night, a distraught Sweeney raced to her house where she and actor David Packer were rehearsing a scene from V, The Final Battle. He dragged her outside and strangled her, leaving her brain dead. On November 4th, 1982, she was removed from life support and passed away. And to make things worse, the trial of John Thomas Sweeney ended up being a travesty. He was acquitted of second-degree murder, was only found guilty of voluntary manslaughter, for which he served merely 3 years in jail. And after his release, he changed his name and started a new life in the Pacific Northwest. In the following years, 2 sequels to Poltergeist were released, each of which was followed by the death of an actor, which intensified the Poltergeist curse rumor. While the death of some of these actors was due to illness or old age, the untimely death of Heather O'Rourke shocked the nation. And the bizarreness surrounding O'Rourke began right when she was chosen for Poltergeist. She was chosen for the film when she was eating lunch with her mother and sister at an MGM commissary. And Steven Spielberg came up to them and wanted O'Rourke for the part of Carol Ann. And she initially failed the screen test because she kept laughing her way through the audition, even when she was supposed to be afraid. And Spielberg thought she was too young to take the part seriously. But he still recognized something special in her, so he asked her to come back for another audition, and this time bring a scary storybook with her. He also asked her to scream, so she screamed and screamed until she started crying. And that audition got her cast as Carol Ann. Now, a few years later, on February 1st, 1988, O'Rourke died following 2 cardiac arrests at the age of 12, and she was filming Poltergeist 3. While the official cause of death was congenital stenosis of the intestine complicated by septic shock, doctors couldn't explain why this young girl died so suddenly. Daniel Hollander, the doctor who treated O'Rourke, stated that the death was distinctly unusual. A 1988 article by the Associated Press titled "Doctors' Unusual Circumstances Surrounded Actress' Death" described the mystery surrounding O'Rourke's death. It was distinctly unusual because she lacked prior symptoms of the bowel defect that reportedly killed her. One of the doctors said, "I would have expected a lot of digestive difficulties throughout her life, and not just to have developed a problem all of a sudden." Other specialists, also unconnected with the case, said it was possible she died as the result of a birth defect, but added the circumstances of her death were extremely unusual. A spokesperson said, hey, she died of a shock caused by infection of the blood, which in turn was caused by a birth defect that made a section of her intestine abnormally narrow. Okay, but the thing is that her mom and lawyer said Heather didn't suffer chronic digestive problems, and it wasn't discovered until she underwent surgery and died on the operating table. And it was just absolutely nuts. Now, I want to talk to you about a blind item I wrote many years ago, back in 2017. Now, at the time, kind of right before this happened, there was an actress who was working on the set with Heather O'Rourke. And this is what she had to say. "A bunch of effing pigs. I just turned 12 or 13. I was the same age as the actress coming in, maybe a little older. We'd been shooting for months and I was old news. They knew I would do what they wanted, but they always wanted someone new. There was something new and they all knew, and they had it set up like a peep show almost. And she had to finish shooting that morning. They brought her out on stage, and the stage was used most of the time for a game show that was taped there. And the game show's still on today, and I can't watch it knowing what happened to her there." And one of the things is a lot of people will say, and the TV series in question was Rocky Road, and Heather O'Rourke appeared in an episode titled Moscow on Boardwalk, which aired in May of 1987. And there are some that say that she died as a result of what happened that day on the set of the show. Now, in 2020, I posted another blind item about Heather O'Rourke, and it's equally disturbing. And it revealed that she could not even find peace after death. It said for nearly a decade, the things that occurred at the tomb of Heather O'Rourke actually resulted in her body being permanently moved to an unmarked grave in 2001. She was originally placed in an above-ground mausoleum, which is still marked with her name, and in which people still leave flowers and teddy bears. The weird stuff began happening the day after her internment. A man was seen after sundown taking a bouquet of flowers from her grave, but he fled before he could be identified. In the summer of 1988, someone used red spray paint to write "all worn out" -RR across the marble face of her vault. The family was notified, it was photographed, and then over the course of 5 hours, the vault was cleaned. The police were called, but they didn't think it was important. For whatever reason, The photograph didn't develop properly. Sometime in the fall of 1988, another man, probably the same as before, but there's no way of knowing, was spotted kneeling in front of her tomb after dark. He also fled when spotted. On the anniversary of her death in 1989, her family, her mom, dad, stepdad, sister, and grandparents gathered at the tomb to remember her. It was very somber. They held hands. The sister placed a little stuffed Dumbo in front of the grave, as that was Heather's favorite movie. As they were about to leave, a man approached them and said something which frightened the mother. Her dad and stepdad each took her by an arm and led her away back over to their car. Then they left. The unidentified man stayed behind and picked up the little Dumbo that the sister left and stuffed it in his pocket before leaving. Now here's where things get really strange. There wasn't much activity around her grave for several years. Then in about 1991, her body was exhumed. It was done in the dark so no one would notice. Her body was returned to the tomb 3 days later. In 1992, her body was exhumed a second time. One of the police present was asked why they were exhuming her again. He said, "What do you mean again?" It turns out the first one wasn't legal, even though they had what looked like real police and really good paperwork. Why did they want the body of a deceased 12-year-old? Surely it would warrant an investigation, right? Nope. Anyway, the coroner's office kept her for about a week before she was brought back, and she was reinterred. In 1994, somebody had smashed the face of her tomb, removed her body, cut some hair from her head, and fortunately placed her back in the crypt. A worker there saw the corpse, and he said she looked remarkably well preserved. He started to float the possibility that her body had actually been replaced with an exact replica. The police investigation went nowhere. In 1999, there was another vandalism of the tomb. It wasn't another smashing, but red spray paint had been used again to write, "BK killed me." In the summer of 2001, her family had her body moved to an unmarked below-ground grave. Now, was the RR a reference to Rocky Road? Was the All Worn Out referenced to what was going on? We don't know. But we do know that Poltergeist was all about preying on children. The movie even got a PG rating, which tricked countless children into watching this nightmarish thing. So crazy. All right, you guys, that is it for this one. I will talk to you later.
That's crazy, man. I never knew any much of that stuff, especially the exhumations, the multiple times, and all the stuff that's going on with that is mind blowing and bizarre.
And then also how they were talking about her colon and all that. It's like, I don't know, maybe if you're getting anally raped, also, because isn't it funny? So they had people come out there and take the body, right? They had to make it look professional. So who are you going to look to? Directors, right? Because you have to cover your tracks. Because if they would have exhumed the body and did another autopsy, they would see that it was fucking good old Spielberg, big time. And yeah, they did use dead bodies when they had the the outdoor scene was all flooded and everything like that, and she was in that big mud pit. All those bodies, they're all real bodies. They didn't tell them until afterwards, and then that's when that that one chick was it like less than a year after that Dominique Dunn, her ex-boyfriend, killed her. I mean, everything around that movie definitely fucked up. And let's see. Also there yeah, get this one too. Pull up this one too for us.
Hey everybody.
Hey everybody,
Welcome.
hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up. I mean, this guy, and I put this one in here. This is the Lookout Mountain, because I firmly believe that all of everything's connected. So when we listen to the whole, because we'll listen to a couple of them that have to do with the Epstein too, because when you see how that starts branching out, you're like, holy shit. Like, guys, they're creating probably the world's largest RICO case right now. It's massive. Because right now, what just happened, right? They're coming out with the annex of
Durham report.
Durham report. And I do have that up next. I do believe. Well, that's the FBI, that case, but I can pull that one up too, because all the stuff they're mentioning in the Durham report, it's like, well, why wasn't this brought to light? So now here comes the Durham report, right? So that's part 2. What's coming up next?
The third.
Well, then you have Huber and Horowitz. Because remember, Horowitz already, the IG, he already put his out there. But now, Huber hasn't done his. Him with the 470, right? They said the 470 attorneys, which it's the 470th Military Intelligence Brigade. So you got a lot more than 470 people. Way a lot more. And plus, when we look at the drops, let's see. And so we do this. And share this. So it's all military intelligence, right? The key, right? Number 11, October 29th. So key military intelligence versus FBI, CIA, NSA. No approval or congressional oversight. Military intelligence does not need approval, nor does it have congressional oversight because it is the military. Who is the commander-in-chief of the military? President Trump. He's always been the commander-in-chief. The man that has the nuclear football is the commander-in-chief. Under what article can President impose military intelligence take over investigations for the 3-letter agencies? What conditions must present itself? Why is this so very important? Who surrounds POTUS? Generals and Marines. They lost this very important power. Underscore the one area of the government not corrupt that directly serves POTUS. That'd be the Marine Corps. They're the president's men. Now, when we look at these, military intelligence take over investigation for 3-letter agencies, well, when we look at the judiciary, right? The federal judiciary is completely fucked. All of it. So, what better way to bring it all in? Because if we're dealing with these and they're enemy combatants, because it's not like they're just, this isn't a parking ticket. This isn't a fender bender or anything like that. I mean, this is actually treason and sedition. That's why when people mention treason in jail, it's like, nope. Nope, no jail. No. In the Constitution, there are 2 crimes that are punishable by death. Treason and sedition. So now, exactly. So now when we look at this, it's like, well, now everybody's like, oh, see, they're gonna pardon Diddy and they're gonna pardon Ghislaine Maxwell. It's like, just shake your head, just like, you're not that clueless, are you? Come on, no. See, that's the thing. That's why a lot of people they want to say, oh, this person's bad, this person's bad. We don't know who's bad or who's good. That's why for me, when it comes to, and I know people are like, what the fuck are you thinking? It's like Rosenstein and Mueller and Comey. And I know I'm throwing the Comey out there. People are like, there's no way. It's like, why not? Because remember, if they would have busted her on her emails, right? They wouldn't have been able to get everybody else rounded up and all this other shit. Because everybody's like, oh, just arrest Hillary. And that. No. They already took care of that bitch. They put that bitch on ice. Now we start dealing the clones, drones, and all this other shit. C before D, clones before drones. And also, we have here is, like this, skiff, right? But F, right? So you have science fiction or science fact. Because you know how they say science fiction. Military intelligence, what is state secrets, how is upheld in the Supreme Court? What must be completed to engage military intelligence over 3-letter agencies? What must occur to allow for civilian trials? Well, all they have to do is be declared. You son of a bitch, where are you? Well, fucking the ex parte queering. Because they gave us the tip. JD Vance did. when he was calling Alex Padilla Jose Padilla.
Hmm.
And everybody's like, why are they calling that? It's like, guys, he's an enemy combatant. It falls under ex parte queering. I'm no attorney or anything like that, but I could read. That's it. Once you read and what you see, it's like, oh, they're all fucked. So that's why they kept Diddy behind bars. They were not going to let him go. That's why just like Maxwell's still behind bars. They're like, oh, but they moved her to a posh, federal penitentiary in Texas. It's like, but she's still in jail, right, guys? And the thing is that they can sit here and say, oh, well, yeah, she gave us all this information. Well, we know she's a devout liar. She's going to say whatever she wants, whatever she can in order to get out of it. But what they don't understand is that they got all this shit the first term, Trump's first term. So now when you look at Trump's first term and you see how everything, with Sessions, right? Because we can bring that up too with Sessions. So you have Sessions, and then he starts the Epstein investigation. He passes off to Huber. But then remember, Sessions left, right? Remember, he was crying, and he passed it off to Matt Whitaker. Well, you think about why was he crying? It's like, well, little man Jeff Sessions, I mean, he's just, good old country boy and all that. But even he knows the shit that he's going to have to see of what happened with all these kids and everything, and know that he served in Congress with some of these same pricks that were doing this to children, like Ron Wyden. He's a big druid. He's a big one of those big warlocks and shit like that. They're just or a sorcerer or evil, one of those evil pricks. I mean, you just look at this, and like, who did POTUS meet with yesterday? November 1st, so it would have been the 31st. Was AG Sessions there? How many military generals were on the White House list to attend a separate meeting? Could those meetings have been combined? I wonder how many military generals. Probably 200 of them. The 200 that Obama fired. So he just brought him back on. He's like, let's just bring him back. Because why would they get fired? What? Because you tried to launch a nuke inside, and you tried to nuke North Carolina. Was it North Carolina or South Carolina? I think it's South Carolina. He's trying to nuke South Carolina, but the military stepped in and they had to go over the Atlantic. So now, not only did he try to bomb the United States using the HMS Vengeance during the the Warriors, the Wounded Warriors. That was in Orlando. Because what they do is they bring the submarines in and they do the testing at Port Canaveral with the missiles, right? So you're not going to believe what they were testing. They're testing the D5, the Trident II missile, and it's straight away, let's just say straight away, trying to give them a little bit of just a little bit of plausible deniability, but we know that it was because that was the whole tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock when Obama was when they were talking about the Wounded Warrior games, and they had that, here, I'll bring it up. Because I do have the video. Let's see. It's this right here.
You had mentioned earlier about Trump and bringing out that word treason and actually, naming names in Obama. If we know that the way that Trump plays, he's not going to say that unless he knows he has all the receipts and is assured of 100% victory in whatever operation he's working on for that particular thing. So for him to be dropping that is huge.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right, I got it right real quick. Hold on. All right. Here it is. And it's the Invictus Games, right? So, the whole I am. Now, you have to keep your ears open. Let me see this real quick. Let me see audio settings. Make sure this audio is right. Yep. Good. All right. So, when it starts out, you have to listen real close because you hear tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, like a cuckoo clock. It's only 39 seconds, too. Now, this was in 2016.
These are all the individuals from last year doing their thing, running 100 meters and all that sort of stuff. Mm-hmm. And the American man here was incredibly fast. Yeah. Incredibly.
It's quite close, isn't it?
Oh, message? Oh, from Michelle. How very amusing.
Big
so
Mike.
you guys watch it together?
Yes.
Let's have a look.
Hey, Prince Harry. Remember when you told us to bring it at the Invictus Games?
Careful what you wish for.
Boom.
Oh, really? Please.
Boom.
But
Careful what you wish for.
look at the faces of them behind them.
Yeah.
Is that normal?
Look at hers.
Yeah.
They're either demons or the clone is glitching something. I don't know.
Or they're also some more of those Nephilim, too. Because remember, Backdoor Barry's a Nephilim. And also the I Am, right? So he took the Invictus Games and made the period the I Am just fucking with God some more.
Hmm.
Boom.
Boom.
Oh, really?
Boom.
Please.
Boom.
So, Orlando 2016, that's the one that they tried to kill all the Wounded Warriors on.
Sick.
Nice job, Obama. What a fucking slackjaw faggot he is. God damn. Just chug that cock some more, bud. Chug it some more. Oh, I don't know if I put this in the chat or not right now, but this is the one for Lookout Mountain. So put this one in, and it's 9 minutes, 47 seconds. So that would be a
9/11.
9/11 as well. I mean, these, and they're only like 10 minutes long, but there's so much information in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That you can't even wrap your mind around it. You're like, holy shit, it's like this guy's. Because if he knows all of Hollywood and all that, and he's been in this game for decades. And then all we have to do is whatever he says, we could cross-check with the people and do that. So,
to another episode of the podcast. I wanted to talk a little bit about Lookout Mountain, Wonderland Avenue, Laurel Canyon's Lookout Mountain, the 180 Center, and Jared Leto's Echelon. Now, in 1947, the U.S. military established a clandestine property that housed a secret film unit deep in Laurel Canyon, California. The property was called Lookout Mountain Air Force Station, and it housed the 1352nd Photographic Group and Motion Picture Squadron. Between 1947 and 1969, the address of Wonderland Avenue in the Hollywood Hills became the nexus between military and the Hollywood. That's why the U.S. Air Force is often referred to as the military branch of the Silicon Valley clique. It's where a lot of groundbreaking innovation began for both the Air Force and Hollywood's progression in film. Few documents related to Lookout Mountain were only recently declassified, while the majority of films and docs still remain classified. The studio was fully surrounded by an electrified fence, and its existence remained relatively unknown to the general public until it hit the real estate market in the 1970s. The compound had a soundstage, screening rooms, processing labs, kernels, cameras, and clearance. A staff of filmmakers, both military and civilian, with top secret security clearance, worked alongside talented producers, writers, directors, cameramen, editors, and animators. Many had worked at Warner Brothers or MGM, Universal, RKO Pictures. Some of these staff members are the ones who worked on Dumbo and Fantasia for Disney. The positions of atomic cinematographers were assigned to those who navigated to test sites in the Nevada desert or Pacific Islands to capture footage of exploding bombs. Other staff members waited back at the lab for the footage to be brought back to Laurel Canyon for editing and post-production. And the film projects featured well-known Hollywood actors and voiceover narrators. You had Bob Hope, Jimmy Stewart, Hedda Hopper, James Garner, Juliet Prowse, Gregory Peck, the list goes on and on, Bing Crosby, Walter Cronkite, the biggest of the big, Walt Disney himself, dropped by often, as did Ronald Reagan, Marilyn Monroe, and executives from MGM and Warner Brothers. And this is where 3D techniques and VistaVision were in development. During its 22 years of operation, Lookout Mountain produced roughly 6,500 classified films for the Department of Defense and the Atomic Energy Commission. And test series included Operation Greenhouse, Operation Teapot, and Operation Buster Jangle. Nearly all of the Cold War's iconic images would not exist without it. What vintage rolls of film survived remain in high security vaults. Only a fraction of the films have been reanalyzed and declassified. Many films and photos were rarely credited to Lookout Mountain and became misplaced, lost, or destroyed due to no real systematic effort to preserve them. Some of the test films were located in a vault at Los Alamos National Laboratory. That's the New Mexico installation that played a large role in the Manhattan Project to develop the first atomic bomb. Everybody is trying to get these documents and see these early films. And this installation also housed men and women who handled propaganda, intelligence collecting, mass surveillance, industrial espionage, and experiments in counterculture and sexpionage. Operations were conducted to investigate any means of giving the United States a leg up on foreign adversaries. They had special film projects, and film training aids included everything from diplomatic missions to civil defense and survival techniques to tricks, techniques, and technology for gaining information from an opponent. Now, Lookout Mountain Laboratory doesn't deny their scope ventured outside of the realm of war and film, because it was a laboratory, not just a film studio. There wasn't just the staff that worked inside Lookout Mountain. The hub splintered out into every artery of Laurel Canyon. The area was covered in intelligent spooks and scientists. The canyon was treated as a petri dish for human experimentation. LSD was handed out like candy, and the rock and roll music scene was in full effect, all thought to be measures of controlling the public's desire to engage in anti-war revolution. If the people were all drugged or high or off having sex, they were quite preoccupied and unable to pull any sort of movement together. It is rumored that the honeypot operation was perfected by intelligence operatives linked to San Francisco and the Laurel Canyon Laboratory. The use of narcotics like LSD and free sex to trap people and experiment with MK Ultra to achieve desired results. Due to the access, the laboratory had all these good-looking people in Hollywood. There is thought to have been two different honeypot studios. The first is the Romeo Sparrow situation, where a Romeo or good-looking male lures someone important, or you have Sparrow, the good-looking female who lures.
In the drops, there's Sparrow Red as well. So, yeah, spot on.
Someone important in. The second would be intelligence, hiring up drug addict prostitutes to do their bidding for them. Research was centered around brothel situations in which prostitutes were given drugs or money to run a short script. They bring a guy in and either offer him a drink dosed with LSD, or the prostitute would excuse herself from the room to freshen up, while the room was secretly filled with LSD unbeknownst to the guy. The prostitute would then use sex to get the man to divulge information he normally wouldn't have. The tactic proved useful and has been used for decades in countless real counterintelligence and sexpionage operations. The CIA has been able to successfully flip prime ministers, spies, and heads of state simply by sending in a mistress. In one instance, a pregnant mistress was able to get her prime minister lover to aid the U.S. in an operation he normally would have opposed. He had no idea she was an agent. Now, one of the popular male madams during this time was a guy named Billy Briers. He was an oil heir, part-time gay adult film producer. He ran a brothel at the summit of Laurel Canyon that was frequented by spooks and celebs. Briers even claims that former FBI Chief J. Edgar Hoover frequented the brothel and was one of his number one clients. Now, if it sounds crazy, remember that actress Joan Crawford and MGM publicity fixer Eddie Mannix allegedly threatened to expose Hoover for his misdeeds if he couldn't convince the FBI to destroy Joan Crawford's early sex tapes. Stories like this with the same underlying theme give the notion that apparently lots was going on. By 1969, the covert film studio was discontinued after the world's nuclear powers moved testing underground, and personnel and equipment were relocated to Norton Air Force Base, California. The facility was decommissioned and sold at auction. And by the 1970s, the property changed hands multiple times between an Indian film producer, a real estate developer, and a computer developer. No one could seem to hold on to the property. By 1994, after redevelopment to make it a more livable facility, the 1.7-acre property hit the market for the asking price of $750,000. Artist Mark Lipscomb and lawyer Judge John Ladner purchased the property to use the 8-bedroom, 12-bathroom compound as a home residence. Features included a bomb shelter, helicopter landing pad, climate-controlled vaults, and underground parking garages. But the owner after them is interesting, because by 1997, Jared Leto was already an actor, and the government begins declassifying films produced at Lookout Mountain. Films such as Hollywood Pictures, which is a Disney subdivision company, Prefontaine, a 1997 biographical film chronicling the life of U.S. long-distance runner Steve Prefontaine, the son of a U.S. Army World War II vet. And Jared Leto played the title character. Since the film was classified, it tells us aspects of the film were linked to Lookout Mountain. And then in 1998, Leto formed the band 30 Seconds to Mars, and fans coined themselves Echelon. Echelon was developed in 1971, the same year that Jared was actually born, and was codenamed for a top-secret government multilateral surveillance and intelligence alliance operated by the US, UK, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. It would come to be known as Five Eyes. It was a satellite signal intercept that was meant to monitor military and diplomatic communications of the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Echelon went on to evolve beyond its military origins into a global mass surveillance system for interception of communications. Documents leaked by former NSA contractor Edward Snowden revealed that Echelon was very important to NSA, who monitored not just foreign communication, but communications of private U.S. citizens. Critics said the system emerged from the Cold War as Big Brother without a cause. Alleged examples of industrial espionage conducted by Echelon: U.S. agents intercepted the phone calls of Diana, Princess of Wales, right until she died in Paris car crash with Dodi Fayed in 1997. The NSA currently holds 1,056 pages of classified information about Princess Diana, which has been classified as top secret because their disclosure could reasonably be expected to cause exceptionally grave damage to national security. The documents would disclose sources and methods of U.S. intelligence gathering. An official insisted that the references to Diana in intercepted conversations were incidental and that she was never a target of the NSA eavesdropping. In the next episode, we're going to talk about Jared Leto and how he came to live at Lookout Mountain and exactly how he grew up in the shadows of the CIA and everything that he's done, including his cult and all of the other things that he has been accused of. But that's for next time, you guys. I will talk to you later.
Wow.
Yeah. And also, Lisa Sphere there's a casting agency there called NSA No Such Agency. Yeah, we're going to check on that because it sounds about right. Let's see, where can I find that, please? There's the video for the one we just put on for Lookout Mountain. And I just put it in the YouTube one. I did see New York asked for it. Not a problem. Just if there's like one of the ones, one of the ones we just brought up and somebody needs it, put back in, I just drop it right back in, make it easy. Make it real easy. Now, yeah. I mean, it's second.
Hey, everybody.
You stop. So now, right here. Ooh, shit. Oh, man. put that up there? Who put that up there? D Rambo. Man. If somebody could, the link about the deep dive, the cult of Jared Leto, D Rambo put it in to the YouTube one. If we get that moved over to the Rumble one as well. And yeah. Yeah, there's something up with that, but yeah, we'll definitely go through that. And also, I'm putting this one in part 14 from Crazy Days and Nights, because they talk about the IT guy and the missing blackmail tapes. Well, if they just talked about the blackmail tapes and all that they were making at Lookout Mountain, right, in all the movies. Well, what else were they doing there? See, this is where we got to think about the whole Holocaust and all that, right? Because that's when that prime time, and who was running it? Hollywood. So I got this one coming up, and yeah, I mean, it's so amazing that you never know where we're gonna get this information from. It's like it just pops up, and you're like, holy shit! Because right as soon as the Epstein shit went down, with the whole death and everything like that, that shit. But then you start seeing how, the list wasn't going to be released or anything, but those who know that all that stuff was taken during Trump's first term. So that's why Trump now, he's like, oh yeah, that's a fake list. Well, why would it be a fake list? Just like they're like, oh, Trump's all over it. It's like, and you have people that are like MAGA and all this, and they're ready to turn their back on him in a moment's notice.
Oh yeah.
But yet they're not looking at the big game of it all. I mean, I hate to call it a game, but what do people expect to call it at this point?
Yeah.
Because we know people are dying. I mean, this is a game. I mean, this is for all the marbles. And we have to just make sure that, yeah, we're going to lose some, but 2015, guys, 2015 on, everybody's coming back. Well, the good ones. So that's why when President Trump, he's like, I just want people to stop dying, right? But you never see him like getting all fired up, and because he could. But this whole Epstein thing, that's why they're like, oh, you're still talking about Epstein? He died a long time ago. But everybody's like, oh, well, Trump was BFFs with him. And then you had that Michael Wolff come out and write a book saying, now Melania's in on it.
Oh, yeah.
Saying that that's how Trump met Melania is through Epstein. It's like, so what are you saying about Melania? So go ahead and say it. He's the same one that wrote that Fire and Fury book about Trump in his first term. He's a total jagoff. But yeah, I've got this one, and after this we'll discuss and we go on, because I mean there's so much. Because when you guys were chatting earlier, what I pulled up was it's the Philadelphia People's Tribunal on War Crimes and Genocide in Gaza, jury report and finding. Now, hear me out here, right? So, wait a second. Hold on 1 second. 1 second, guys, real quick. Boom. Yes! Boom! All right. So, I'm going to share this, right? So I asked, when did John F. Kennedy Jr. die, right? July 16th, 1999, right? So, I'm going to pull this up real quick, and I'll put it in the chat, because that's what I was stapling earlier, because this just came out not too long ago. There are 15,000 views. So here is And like I said, I'm gonna put this in that. And what this is is so 715. Well, 172202. I don't know why I put 2202. It's 2025, right? But approved unanimously on July 7th, 2025. Why would that date be so big? Well, it just so happens that is the second time that Bibi was at the White House. First time was on April 7th when Bibi was at the White House about the 17% tariff imposed. It's like, oh, you're getting all this free money and you have tariffs against us, right? That's why Trump made sure it was 17%. So you had April 9th was tariff day. And then July 7th, that's when Bibi was back in the White House. So if it was approved unanimously on July 7th, but released on July 16th. Does anybody see anything like, I don't know, a little off about that? Right? So it's 56 pages. And well, it's 53, and then you have the 3 pages for endnotes. But the one thing I found to be funny, this right here, and if you know, you know, that fist right there, why would they put that in there?
Isn't that the Black Lives Matter fist?
Well, technically, that fist was copywritten by Irv and Shelley Rubin of the Jewish Defense League. So now, whenever you see that fist on a flag or anything like that, it's them. They have it copywritten. I don't know how you copyright a fist. Guess we should ask Richard Gere that.
I knew there was a joke there.
But yeah, I mean, the Philadelphia People's Tribunal, page 17. Because why? What does Trump talk about? Rocky, right? Where is Rocky from?
Philadelphia.
Boom. Yeah, the Philadelphia Corridor, Philadelphia People's Tribunal, War Crimes and Genocide. Because now they're like, oh, yeah, I guess now it's a genocide. You know? Because also, I'll put this in here. This came out today. I have to read it, but I'm not. Because it's an opinion piece, so, you know, it's total shitbag. Accusing Israel of genocide in Gaza is a luxury belief and utterly divorced from reality when there's a real one happening in Ukraine. Where do they get this shit? Seriously. Some people believe that there is a genocide happening in Palestine. Some people. Liberals should call out Hamas and Russia instead of carping about Netanyahu and Zelensky. Which you care about more about? Victory or your own moral superiority? Which you prefer, defeating our foes or your own home comforts? 2 democracies. Imperfect, no doubt, but free societies by comparison with their foes. Oh, that's bullshit. Because you can't call Ukraine a democracy when he canceled the elections. Just like Bibi. Remember, they kept on having elections till he got in. So, like I said, you know, I gotta print this one up and go through it and everything, but it's the same shit. They keep on pulling this shit like, oh, we're not doing anything wrong. We're the most moral and just military. You know, it's all accidents. Yeah, it's always happy accidents. No. So, all right, well, we will go to this Epstein Elite. This is part 14, the IT guy and the missing blackmail tapes. I cannot believe how much information is each one of these.
Welcome to another episode of the podcast. Now listen, I want to talk to you guys about some stuff that's happening. And we talked about Ghislaine Maxwell and how everybody wants to call her and have her testify and just talk about whether or not there's a list. But let's go back to when she was on trial. And her defense team had listed 35 witnesses that they planned to call in her defense. 35 witnesses. Now, at the time when they made this announcement, the identity of the witnesses were not public, but the prosecutors revealed the number in a letter to a judge. So we knew that there was 35. And the previous week to them announcing that there was going to be 35, they said, we're not sure if we're going to call any witnesses. But who are the 35 people that were going to testify for her or that she was going to call? It would have to be people that were also involved in this, where it would be to, yes, I did a little bit of this, but look at this person did this person did this person did this. And what we also kind of learned at that same time was we learned about Jeffrey Epstein and the blackmail. Now, here's how we kind of know that. There was a guy named Tim Newcomb, okay? And Tim Newcomb was Jeffrey Epstein's personal IT guy, but we never hear from him, okay? But we know that Epstein's properties were rigged from top to bottom in order to run these kind of brownstone blackmail operations on political figures, in order to compromise and control powerful players. So it goes back to that evidence list that I said, all of these, hard drives and stuff. It's because we know about this IT guy. And when police raided Epstein's Palm Beach mansion in 2005, it was reported they found at least 2 hidden cameras inside the home. We're not talking like closed circuit. We're not talking like a Ring camera type thing. We're talking about hidden cameras inside the home. And in a 2006 court filing, Palm Beach police noted that a search of Epstein's home uncovered 2 hidden cameras. And the Mirror reported back in 2015 that a 6-year-old civil lawsuit, so it had been filed back in 2009 by Jane Doe number 3, who we believe to be Virginia Giuffre, alleged that Epstein wired his mansion with hidden cameras, secretly recording these orgies involving his prominent friends and all these girls. And the ultimate purpose, according to court papers under oath, was that it was blackmail. Now, those individuals with the technical abilities to develop, install, maintain state-of-the-art surveillance systems, fiber optic cables, remote networks, audiovisual equipment, and systems are some of the most important individuals in service to Epstein's operations. So there's little doubt that these individuals would be key witnesses to Epstein's activities and have knowledge of his crimes, but also the people that were there. So you have this Tim Newcomb, and he's very, very, I don't want to say shady, okay, but he does a very good job of scrubbing himself from the internet. Much of the online information relating to Newcomb has been scrubbed or is in the process of being sanitized or removed from public view. Now, you can use the Wayback Machine. You can still get a little bit about him. He was Epstein's in-house IT guy. He's also all over the Black Book. And in the Black Book, it says Citrix, Citrix, Citrix. And Citrix obviously is an American multinational software company that provides server applications and does all these other things. And it's used by 400,000 clients, 99% of the Fortune 100, 98% of the Fortune 500, and it worked with Microsoft, right? Remote access products for Microsoft, so that gets you into the whole Bill Gates thing. But the thing is, nobody can find that he actually worked for Citrix. The only evidence that we have about the Citrix is Epstein writing Citrix, Citrix, Citrix beneath his name in the Black Books. That's basically what we have there. Now, I want to talk a little bit about somebody named Maritza Vasquez. And Vasquez worked as a bookkeeper for MC2. And that's that modeling agency that's owned by Epstein's former associate, Jean-Luc Brunel. And we've talked about him a little bit. I'm going to have a more detailed one about him at some point. But he employed scouts in South America and Europe and the former Soviet Union to find him models to bring to the United States. And that's according to Maritza Vasquez's deposition from 2010. Now, she stated in the deposition that from 2003 to 2006, she handled all the finances and payroll for the agency, including bank transactions involving Epstein. She said Epstein invested $1 million into MC2. Now, the models were often very young, and some of them were housed at apartments at 301 East 66th Street, a building purportedly owned by Epstein. Now, Epstein didn't charge the girls rent, but Brunel charged them $1,000 a month and would throw them 3 or 4 into a thing. And Vasquez once let one of the models, who was 14 years old, stay overnight with her after the girl ran into trouble with police for trying to get into a Manhattan nightclub. And she also testified that she helped a lawyer, again with this lawyer, obtaining visas for the foreign models. And Vasquez said that even though the agency employed 200 to 300 models, the company didn't make any money, at least on paper that they were reporting. And Brunel was always broke. And Vasquez testified it wasn't unusual for the agency to send girls to an assignment with a wealthy client. Okay, a wealthy client, not Epstein. Okay, with a wealthy client for $100,000 or more, but the girl wouldn't be paid the full amount unless she did what she was supposed to do, right? And she said she met Epstein once, but she often helped arrange for girls to be sent to his homes like in New York, Palm Beach, and the Caribbean. And she heard rumors, but again, she only met him once. She was questioned by the FBI. And Brunel always denied any involvement. Oh, I didn't do anything like that, and I wouldn't do something like that. Yes, he actually did. So then that brings us to, and again, we'll have a more detailed one about Marcinkova, not a Marcinkova, but Epstein told one of his victims that Marcinkova was somebody that he had purchased from her parents in Yugoslavia when she was 18. And by 2007, she was 22 and working as an assistant for Epstein when she and 3 other women were granted immunity as possible co-conspirators. We've talked about them before, right? You have Nadia Marcinkova, Sarah Kellen, Adriana Ross, Leslie Groff. And they were all operating at the 66th Street address. And that's kind of, obviously everybody was using that address, and it's Epstein's brother and stuff like that. And it's always like that. Now, Marcinko, she changed her name from Marcinkova to Marcinko. Everybody's changing their name because they wanted to change the whole Google kind of thing. But she used this address, and she had been there since 2007. And she had moved her studio from this place on Van Dam Street, which was another building owned by Mark Epstein. And Epstein owned a company called, Mark Epstein, not Jeffrey, owned a company called Saint Model and Talent. Why would he have something like that? That seems very, very odd. Just very, very odd. And there's so much more here. And I got to tell you this. We know about the evidence list, right? And how many things did I rattle off? 50, 60 hard drives, right? CDs filled with stuff, pictures, all this kind of stuff. Well, court filings revealed that an alleged co-conspirator referred to as Employee 1 was going to tell jurors in the Maxwell case that Epstein's staff continued to enable his crimes and that she made phone calls to schedule his massage appointments. And this unnamed employee appears to be Adriana Ross. Now, at the time, she was a model. She was from Poland. And she was, again, one of the 4 women to receive immunity as part of Epstein's 2008 plea agreement in Florida. Okay, now here's where it gets crazy. Employee 1 was going to testify that in October 2005, so this is before Epstein gets arrested, that Epstein and her superior, another co-conspirator identified as Employee 2, instructed her to help remove computers from Epstein's Palm Beach mansion. Now, in a 2010 deposition, former butler Janice Banasak said Ross and a male associate hauled computers out of Epstein's house. Computers. Okay, this is weeks prior to Palm Beach cops executing a search warrant. Now, Ross, whose deposition was taken a month after Banasak, invoked her Fifth Amendment rights when answering questions posed by victims' lawyers. And they'd ask things like, isn't it true that Ghislaine Maxwell delivers, females to Jeffrey Epstein? And how much money or bonus were you paid to take the computers that we're talking about out of Jeffrey Epstein's house? Well, what would the computers be? We already know that he's got hidden cameras everywhere. So these are not the ones that the feds have. These are things that they got out long before that. So we're talking 20 years ago. And we don't know who's on that. We don't know any of these people. And one lawyer asked whether Ghislaine told Ross, don't worry, if we get caught, we have it covered, and we'll just, blame it on something else. I mean, that's basically what was going on. Now, Adriana came to America in 2002 on a visa sponsored by a modeling agency. Now, she used the names Musinska, Salazar, and all these kind of different last names. And basically, she testified in her deposition that she came to the United States from Poland in the fall of 2002 on an invitation from Elite Models. Now, she came on a business tourist visa, and she changed her name from Adriana Musinka to Adriana Ross after marrying a guy named Duncan Ross back in July of 2003. Now, in her deposition, she was very talkative at first about her background. Then, Fifth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, Fifth Amendment. Do you know a guy by the name of Jean-Luc Brunel? Fifth Amendment. Do you know of females being transported into this country to work for the modeling company MC Squared? Fifth Amendment. Do you know any of these females being given work visas and staying at this E66 address? Fifth Amendment. Who is getting the work visas? How come we haven't brought this attorney forward? She was asked, have you ever met Bill Clinton? And she said, boom, Fifth Amendment. Why? Why are you pleading the Fifth Amendment just to a question of have you ever met Bill Clinton? And then she was asked about, Sandy Berger. And Sandy Berger is obviously a friend of Bill Clinton's or whatever. And she refused to answer any of these questions. And she was also asked many questions about removing computers from this house with the assistance of a guy named Bill Riley. How come we're not talking about Bill Riley? What's on these computers? There were at least 3 very key computers that contained a lot of the information. And these victims' attorneys knew about it. And that's why they were asking Adriana Ross. And they asked questions like, you're familiar with those computers that were in his home. And he ordered you to come over and take those computers out of his house. And you could basically take the local database that exposed his criminal enterprise that I've been talking about, dealing with all these girls, and you could take evidence from his home. And you've seen the material that's on those computers. And if I were to look at those computers, it would display exactly what I've been describing. And, there was another guy. And why did you take them? Do you know who Bill Riley is? And who are these investigators? It's just all these kind of stuff. Did you take them to your house? It's crazy, crazy stuff. And this is the thing that we need to expose. I've listed 5 people by name, okay, who would know stuff. And that's not even all the people that would be on these computers. And instead, we just let them go, hey, Adriana Ross, we don't want to talk to you anymore. It's just, that's what's frustrating. All right, you guys, I will talk to you later.
All right, I just want to mention also in YouTube, Dina put a link in because every Saturday Buckshot has an open Zoom where everybody just comes in and just bullshits for hours on end, and it's actually really cool because it's just everybody in the family just sitting back and just discussing things. And so there's a weekly Zoom link that Dina dropped in the chat on YouTube. And I'm sure it would be if you could put that also in the Rumble chat, because oh man, shit, man, New York. But yeah, I hate just even seeing stuff like that, because I mean, I'm not a parent, but I mean, nobody wants to see their son or daughter, dying, and it ain't right, because any parent out there would gladly take their child's place and do that. So it's, a lot of prayers go out to New York and his family and his son, because it sucks. Also, I did want to mention the YouTube join buttons, and now you can actually gift memberships on YouTube as well. There is a button for that, and you can join the 2 levels. Level 1 Patriot, it's $3.99 a month. You get custom emojis, loyalty badge member shout outs. Level 2 Patriot Plus is $5.99 a month. Sneak peek special member only videos, which we're gonna have Q&As once a month. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have the Q&As. We're gonna have everybody from Rumble, all the everybody that pays on Rumble, and then the members, and then also the members on YouTube. And we'll just have like a Q&A like once a month. Go for a couple hours, something like that. Just be a good time. And and that's, man. Let's see. I wish we had. If you don't mind us asking, what kind of cancer, New York? Because I mean, we have a lot of people that come on here, and they have some really good, just like shit. You got the chlorine dioxide. That stuff is, man, I can't believe how good that stuff is. And just various people that have come on the show and have ideas for cancers and all that. So we'd like to have other people on, and also with Poppy, because Poppy, your show, it's all about positive vibes. It's not political at all. Not political at all. So it's like if people want to go over there and just have good vibes and talk about happy stuff and everything like that, and that's what a lot of people do need. So that's
Right.
why we want to press others to go over and subscribe over on Poppy's channel. Do that, and follow him, because the funny thing is and I've said this numerous times, it's like you can meet somebody over a podcast, and you don't just like Poppy, like we're talking back and forth, but you don't know anything about me. I don't know anything about you. But once you start meeting people in person and you get to know them, and you start realizing, you're like, you know what? This is the tribe right here. It's like, because we've all been declared outcasts by our families, people in our lives and all that, but we still stay the course. We don't care. We're like, okay, we're not in it for you. We're in it for the children. We're in it for all of us, and we're in it for humanity. So, there's a lot of people that want to push back because they're still on that Democratic dong, and you just got to swipe them away. They want to go and mouth open. It's like, stop it. You're scared of the children. Stop doing this shit, because it's always the fucking fat white liberal women that are doing it. It is. It's always the homeliest of homely. And that's we want to just develop a family, a tribe, and we stuck with it.
That's it. I mean, and that's what we need to do.
Yep.
We need to gather our people, and even talking about a lot of the different health stuff. I mean, I don't want to pigeonhole everything. This one thing isn't going to fix everything for everybody. That's one of the things I've learned in my own health issue journey, and you can find out more about that type of stuff on my channel. But every body, every physical organism is different, and so what works fantastically for me may not work as well for you.
Yep.
So we have to be open and be willing to try different things and find out what works. Right.
And keep trying.
They want, and keep trying. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Don't give up. If you try something, that didn't work, maybe I'm just stuck with this, whatever it is.
Right.
No, you got to continue to research, continue to try different stuff. Jay mentioned, about the chlorine dioxide. Another thing that's great for that C stuff is the Inforce, the pills you can get from PETCLUB.
Yes.
The Coriolis versicolor mushrooms. I have heard multiple stories of people dealing with the C that have used that and completely reversed the situation.
Yeah.
So, we have to be open to other things. That's what I mean. How many times did the Q drops talk about we need to expand our thinking? And that's just not about, the geopolitical stuff. It's everything in life.
Hold on one second. Hey, Dina, can you, because I'm getting a reverb from the other computer.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh. No, but we want to, yeah. Oh, you're just going to, okay. Yeah. I think she's just going out of the other room because she has the one with the restream on it. Then we have to keep that on it. And then if she wants to chat, she has to go to the other one. So she's a soldier, guys. She works her ass off. Believe me. I mean, yesterday, just designing all the video and everything, just I was like, shit, because we had to go shopping yesterday. Just get the essentials here, and I'm just like,
Food.
I'll go to the store. It's like, you deal with that. I'll go to the store.
Yeah.
I don't want to. No, technology, new. So
Well, hopefully that helped.
yes, let's see this. Okay, I've got one more. Part 15. It's the DC Madam, because I cannot believe the sheer amount of people and information that he's just been dropping out there. And there's so many people that just scroll by it like, oh, whatever, I mean, this one's 9 days ago, and it has 21,000 views. Well, that's what's the name of that again? Please to help with C. Is it chlorine dioxide that they were talking? Yeah, chlorine dioxide. And we also did a show. When was that? It was last month. It was in July, right? From July.
Yeah. Yes, it was.
Yeah. Well, and in fact, I think you took a picture of the calendar before you
Yeah,
redid
before
it.
I erased it. Yep.
Yeah. Because we have a dry erase calendar right here on the wall, and she has everything like all monitored. So, of course, yeah, and yeah, I mean, we're just here just wanting to help one another, and Bruce, I mean, your health issues and all that with your pacemaker and everything. I mean, that I had no idea. And when you start, it's fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then
it's not fun. But I've turned it around.
Yeah.
I believe, and I know I'm aging reverse. I'm better now than I was ever since I basically told my doctors to go pound sand. And I still have this device in me, but I believe in the not too distant future, I'm gonna be able to remove this device and be able to be better off than I was before. And this is, I'm not sitting around waiting for a med bed.
Yep.
Right.
There's far too many people out there. They're not willing to do the work now to fix their situation. I just, when the med bed comes out, then I'm going to be able to get help in it as they're mowing Big Macs and Cokes and all kinds of putting all kinds of garbage in their body. If I can just get a med bed, then I'd be fine. You need to take some fucking action right now and start turning your situation around instead of waiting for something else. Same thing. I always chew people's asses about the RV. I got my humanitarian project all set up. As soon as that RV happens, man, I'm going to be able to change the world. Why don't you go fucking change the world right now? Why are you waiting around for? Just go do it. What are you waiting for? We're waiting. And there's people suffering and dying all over the place because we're not willing to take some action and go out on a limb and do something that may be, a little bit different than what other people are doing. So yes, we need to be more action and less words.
Exactly. Because you notice it's like, because people are like, well, what can I do? It's like, well, we can start by learning, and educating ourselves and becoming autodidactic, because we're starting to learn. Well, not starting to learn. We already know now that, you have, those that just want to sit back and just say, oh, well, we're just waiting for this. Like you said, like you mentioned, we're waiting for this. It's like, but the problem with this is that, when people say like good things come to those who wait, right? But while you're waiting, I mean, are you sitting on your hands? Are you being proactive? Are you being retro? I mean, because it almost seems like the more that you do, proactive, you start realizing that, you're healing yourself.
Oh yeah.
Because there's a lot of stuff that, that our minds, I mean, our bodies and everything, but we start learning all this and learning, well, hey, we need to stop doing this and stop using that and move over to this. And there's so many just great patriots all across the world that have ideas for people to actually get better.
Yeah.
And like you said, we have to try. And it's not like anybody here is going to steer anybody wrong. because I mean, you get called out, but everybody wants everybody to thrive.
Yeah. And again, it's not a one size fits all. You have to find what works for you and not give up.
Exactly, New York. Money doesn't buy health. What good is money without your health? So I always say health is wealth. That's it. I mean, people are talking about the money. I don't care. I mean, every morning, guys, every morning when you wake up in the morning and you feel like utter shit, you're in pain, it's like, so would you much rather wake up constantly in pain, but having money in the bank account where, okay, you're still in pain, but you can't do anything with it? Or would you rather be healthy and not have to worry, and with the money part, it's like, well, when you're healthy, everything else can come into play.
Yep. Because you are
And-
rich. You have
Yes,
something money can't buy.
your own health.
Yep.
It's a beautiful, beautiful thing, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yes. Let's see. Oh wait, what somebody said.
So you talked about that saying, good things come to those who wait. That's another psyop, the different meanings I just did a quick search of where that came from. And there's it says here, there's a often misattributed addendum to this phrase. And it says, good things come to those who wait, but only only the things left by those who hustle. So yeah, you early bird gets the worm, all those different sayings. I mean, it's about patience and perseverance. It's good things. I'm waiting. That doesn't mean do nothing. I think that's where we're looking as human beings. I think our fallback position, because of the way we've been raised in our paradigm societally and everything like that, is that our paradigm, we're trained to be able to want to get something and do nothing, right? We want something for nothing. And this whole microwave society I mentioned before, we want a pill, we want to fix it now. We don't want to wait, we don't have any patience. We want, Trump and the military to go ahead and take everything down now so we can get on with a better life and the golden age. We want, but we're not willing to do a fucking thing to be able to make that stuff happen.
Right.
A big, huge part of the Q stuff was the fact that at the end, the very last Q drop before we started posting again was this Twisted Sister video. We're not going to take it. And there was words, on there. Are you ready to finish what we started?
Yeah.
Right. It's, people are sitting around waiting. Have you seen the meme, like a stick figure poking some, hey, Trump military, hey, do something. Well, they're waiting on us. Trump gave us the ball back in his initial inauguration when he says he's returning the power to we the people. So, he, instead of us waiting on him, which most people want to do, they're waiting on Trump and the white hats to ride in on a white horse and save the fucking day. Well, he's waiting on us, we the people, to pick up the mantle, pick up the ball. He passed us the ball. We fumbled it. So we got to, be willing to go and continue to expose, continue to run for office, continue to do the things that are going to make our world a better place instead of waiting around for somebody else to do it for us. Because if we don't do the work ourselves, if we don't get some skin in the game and understanding of what's going on, then in a generation or less than 10 or 20 years, we're going to be right back in the same situation. Trump could come in tomorrow. Military rolls in and arrests everybody in Congress, right? We erect the gallows on the White House lawn and we start stringing people up. That can happen tomorrow. But if we don't take ownership and have some skin in the game, less than a generation, we're going to be back in the same fucking place we were. This is a cyclical thing. It's a reincarnation, right? We're going to continue to go through it until we learn.
Yep.
Because this stuff is not new stuff. I mean, it's new in some of the minutia of it, but the idea of what's been going on has been happening for centuries and millennia.
Yes, it has.
Long time. Also, I did see in the YouTube chat, Nisi Mills put a message. Great film, The Truth About Cancer, by Ty and Charlene Bollinger. Watch this ASAP, and it's TYE. Here, you know what? Let me do this.
Yeah, the Bollingers are fantastic with their cancer stuff. There's plenty of people out there doing research.
Gerson therapy.
And I'll tell you, this is just my viewpoint, unpopular as it might be. as I'm not one of the ones that believe that there's no such thing as cancer and it's all parasites. I call bullshit on that, because I've personally known people going through this process, patriots, doing research, doing all the stuff we had, and they still ended up dying from some strange, really, really rare bone cancer situation. So it's all parasites and cancer isn't real. I call bullshit. That's just me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've been type 1 diabetic for 40 something years and can remember doctors telling me as a child, oh, there'll be a cure in your lifetime. There'll be a cure. You know,
It is a curable situation.
it'll happen. Yeah.
Not with anything new. If you're in that situation, look up Dr. Layla Ali, deprescribing. She is a pharmacist, but she has put out information there about diabetes and many other things.
Yeah.
So Dr. Layla Ali, find her stuff. She's really good.
I will get it.
Let me see. Let's see. Oh. Let me see. I just want to make sure that we got. Let's see. Yeah, because cancer's real. I mean, it took my dad and all that, so I think my mom too. But just, I wouldn't let them say that COVID got her. No, eat shit.
No.
Assholes. So, so now I've got part 15 of the Epstein Elite, and it's 13 minutes long, and it's the DC Madam. So now they're talking about the brothels and everything like this. My son has a rare cancer, grows double speed. The doctors told me I would. Who can we talk to about that, D?
Yeah.
Because
I mean,
the doctors, I mean, yeah, I take what they say as like, take it with a grain of salt too. Because, there's all this, natural, homeopathic ways. Because I know that, what was there? Was, apricot pits.
Yep.
Yeah. And you dry them out and then you grind them up. What else?
Well, there's so many. The list is like.
Yeah. I mean, it's, flaxseed.
Yeah.
There's a bunch.
Anything alkaline.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah. Because, Christine Jones, she was like, I mean, she's an amazing person. She's from Missouri as well, by Kansas City. And she was actually with the coincidences. We started the whole thing with Emily and all that. And she was actually, and she had breast cancer. And she was sending, my mom and dad stuff to help dad fight cancer and everything like that. And, she's still around.
Yeah.
And he's fighting it. So, it's these doctors that want to sit here and, tell you when your expiration date is up. It's like, who the fuck are you to do that? Yeah. I did notice that somebody put up, don't say ivermectin cures cancer on YouTube. Well,
oops.
Ivermectin helps cure cancer. So that's the funny thing. YouTube. Oh, and YouTube eats shit because they took off Shameless Spurg off YouTube. She never did that. She never did that. Never did that. I mean, that guy was just spitting nothing but facts. But yet Das Juden don't like that.
No.
Of course, they're fucking bunch of pussies. Now they're all screaming, oh, we're getting bombed. What about us? Exactly. What about you? So I've got this one. Let this one rip. And then we'll do some more chatting. Shall we? Have a fun day.
To May of 2007.
Sorry, guys.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to another episode of the podcast. I want to take you back in time. I want to take you back specifically to May of 2007. Now, May 2007 We have Jeffrey Epstein being investigated. The Palm Beach Police Department's all involved. The federal government's involved. We haven't come to the sweetheart deal yet, but we're getting there. So in the midst of all of this, where the federal government's involved and they're like, oh my gosh, what names does he have? CIA, whatever. We have another woman, Deborah Jean Palfrey. And in 2007, she first knew something was wrong on a trip to Germany because she suddenly found that her bank card wasn't working anymore. Then back in her hotel room, a journalist from a gossip website called her because he had been leaked a court document detailing Palfrey's alleged sex empire in Washington, D.C., which served the rich and the powerful with a ring of beautiful university-educated call girls. Her assets had been seized by the government. And as Palfrey struggled to understand what was happening, the journalist wanted to know, hey, are you ashamed of yourself? Now, this scandal, the D.C. Madam scandal, had just been born. It was a story that gripped Washington, D.C., because Palfrey stood accused of running a prostitution ring for more than 13 years. Now, it was a charge that she denied, and she was actually not convicted of anything prostitution related at that time. She said, hey, my girls only do massages and erotic role play, and she made them all sign agreements not to engage in any behavior that was illegal. And she vowed to identify the men who used her services to prove her story, and had years and years of phone records to help her. So in 2007, at the same time you have Epstein going on, all across the Washington area, there were thousands of nervous, powerful, often married men. The scale of her operation was huge. It involved NASA, the Pentagon, the State Department. Officials of all levels were using her women. And it was absolutely crazy how much there was. And it even got to President George Bush. He went to church, St. John's Church in Lafayette Square for the morning service. And the Reverend there remarked on Palfrey's case in his sermon, said, here in Washington, D.C., a lot of people get in trouble on this one. Now, when the president's priest is talking about a sex scandal, you know trouble's brewing in Washington. And Palfrey's clients came from all walks of life. There was a Bush administration economist, a prominent company CEO, NASA officials, men who worked at the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, lobbyists for Republicans and Democrats, the commander of an Air Force squadron, 5 other military officers. Think about that, the World Bank, the IMF, NASA, lobbyists. And while that's going on down in South Florida, you have Jeffrey Epstein and you have Bush and you're going, gosh, we really got to make a deal. We can't have 2 of these going off at the same time. Now, in 2007, when this was all blowing up, most of the people had been unidentified. There were up to 10,000 men. It was a secret. Only 2 in 2007 had been exposed. One was Harlan Ullman, a military expert and the author of the shock and awe strategy used in Iraq. And the other was a State Department official, Randall Tobias, who was a leading advocate of fighting prostitution abroad, and he resigned. But the one thing that all these men had in common was that they once rang Pamela Martin and Associates, which was the cover name for her operation, which advertised like hundreds of other massage services in Washington, D.C. But calls were rerouted to Palfrey's home in California, specifically to a phone in her laundry room, where she sometimes battled the sound of her washing machine as she took down details of her clients' desires. She ran a network of about 130 girls. One was a legal secretary. Another, taught at the University of Maryland. One was an instructor at the Naval Academy. Now, Palfrey had been caught before. We should talk about that. She was arrested in California in 1990 for running a smaller escort service. And she ended up disappearing during her trial, leaving a long note with her lawyer saying, the idea of prison is an absurd and unthinkable horror. But she was caught on the Canadian border the next year, served 18 months in jail. Okay, well, after she got out, she started Pamela Martin and Associates. I mean, just right after she got out, and she ran this for, like I said, 13 years. And she ran her business without incident until about 2004. And remember, the Epstein one started in 2005. Anyway, she ran her business without incident until 2004 when, unknown to her, a tip-off to the tax authorities alerted them to her activities. It was believed to have come from someone angered by discovering his girlfriend was one of Palfrey's escorts. So for 2 years, detectives investigated the business, and they finally descended on it in October of 2006. And they combed through a home. They wanted the little black book, right? Like Epstein's little black book or a list. Okay, here's what they found. They found 40 pounds of phone records, 250,000 phone calls. They went all the way back from the Clinton years through the Bush administration. She had all the records, 40 pounds, 250,000 phone calls.
40 pounds of phone records. That's saving a lot, man. That's like archiving your shit offline right there.
So think about what Epstein had. Think about the things that we are missing. But what Palfrey did was she tried to use those lists to show everybody, hey, look who's using my service, and I'm not going to go quietly. And she always realized the depth and the breadth behind the names on her lists. And she used her own power to try and come out on top. And then she turned over about 20% of her client list to ABC News because it was going to be for a 2020 interview with Brian Ross. Okay. Now, what happened? Almost a year after all of this kind of blew up, when the Bush's priest was mentioning it and everything in the church, on May 1st, 2008, Deborah Jean Pelfrey, known as the DC Madam, was reported to have unalived herself in a shed in the backyard of her mother's home in Florida. Now, a note was found, but she used in this note a number of cliche expressions, including all, darkly ironic references to her impending manner of death, saying, oh, I'm selectively enforced. They tried to destroy my life while sparing all of the politically powerful elite. Now, May 1st, 2008, you guys, is the same time that Jeffrey Epstein's signing his deal, his non-prosecution deal, along with all of his co-conspirators that were unindicted. Now, Deborah Palfrey was found guilty in federal court of racketeering and money laundering in connection with her operation. But the trial's verdict received little press coverage, and a scheduled Louisiana Senator, David Vitter, who was one of our clients, yes, a senator, was never subpoenaed. And Palfrey was scheduled to be sentenced in late July for her convictions, July of 2008. And among the reported clients were John McCain, who was running for president at that time, Senator Vitter, Randall Tobias, who I mentioned before, Dick Morris, Harlan Ullman, who I mentioned before, and Dick Cheney. Then all of a sudden, May 1st, she's dead. It was presented as an unaliving from the first mention. There was no investigation.
Huh, she died on May 1st too, huh? Guess a lot of stuff happens on May 1st.
And the coroner, shady. Now, like so many stories with incriminating ties to the elite, it vanished from the headlines as quickly as it appeared. Now, her fear of being sentenced to 6 to 8 years behind bars was supposedly the main reason for it. But the thing is, the legal analyst said she's probably going to get 2 to 3 years. She had already done 2 to 3 years. She had a law degree. She knew what she was in for. And just a few days before she died, she said she was preparing for federal prison. She said, I'm going to get some time off for good behavior. I might buy a place in Germany one day. And there were reports, she's going to be penniless when she gets out. That's why she was scared. Okay, no. She was in line to make millions for a best-selling tell-all memoir that was in the pipeline. Not to mention Hollywood movies, documentaries, speaking tours, TV guest appearances. Even the Washington Post said there would have been book deals, movie forgiveness, VIP tickets to charity balls when she was released. She knew that she was going to be a multimillionaire once she got out. All she's going to have to do is spend 2 years basically in a virtual country club in exchange for living a life of luxury and never having to work another day. So in 2007, like I said, she turned over years-long call list to ABC News correspondent Brian Ross for his staff to verify for a story on ABC's 2020. But it was a story that ABC never aired. They previewed it, they teased it, but they never aired it. Now, why? Because of the lists. So Dick Cheney's McLean, Virginia phone number was unreported after the turnaround by ABC News. So it had been in there. We knew that Dick Cheney was in this list, and all of a sudden ABC's saying this, and all of a sudden, we're not going to report on it. Sam Donaldson at that time, he was in it. A law partner of Rudy Giuliani, associates of Jack Abramoff, and many, many more Pentagon, DC, and corporate insiders. Like I said, 10,000 phone numbers. But after Cheney turned up on the list, the story, which was already on the ABC website and poised to run on 2020, suddenly went away. and no explanation was offered as to why ABC reversed itself. Any mention of Cheney was scrubbed from their website. The 2020 piece never ran. Now, the mainstream press continued to carry the DC Madam story, but without mentioning Cheney. And they just, no, let's keep it quiet. And the thing is that everybody knew that she was okay. She knew that she could make it through prison. She had already made it through prison. She had already done 18 months in prison. There were statements recorded by her attesting to the fact that she would never, ever unalive herself. Ever, ever. And if she was found dead, to immediately suspect that she had been killed. And despite these on the record statements, corporate media said, oh, no. She unalived herself. No, she didn't. And the thing is, her condo manager had said that a few days earlier, that she said that she was afraid for her life because people were following her. And 3 days later, she's dead. So did somebody put out a hit on her? What was it exactly? And also, Palfrey had told several people that her client list went from the White House on down, and that her clients consisted of a lot of influential people from both political parties. Very similar to Jeffrey Epstein, where we have the left and the right. It didn't matter. There were Republicans, there were Democrats on Epstein's list. And Palfrey, the same way. And it's just, everybody's like, she would not do this. She even stated on Alex Jones' show that she would never unalive herself. Also telling Jones privately to suspect that she was killed if she was found dead. That's what she did. Now, one of her escort service employees was a former University of Maryland professor, Brandy Britton, who had been arrested on prostitution charges in 2006. She, like Palfrey, was found hanged after allegedly unaliving herself in January 2007, days before she was set to go to trial. She wasn't going to go to jail, you guys. She'd only been charged with prostitution. She was very upbeat, very positive, ready to fight them. She was a professor, for goodness sake, at the University of Maryland. It didn't matter. But the thing is, everybody thought that she was going to name names. Brandy Britton was going to name names too. And Palfrey said on the record to media companies, Brandy Britton did not unalive herself at all. That's one of the things. And then everybody's like, well, what about the connections that, Palfrey has to all the 9/11 attacks and stuff like that? Because there was a lot of like interlocking pieces. And Palfrey's call girls were being chauffeured by a limousine company to poker parties that were attended by, say, like the former CIA director, Porter Goss. And one of the reasons cited for Goss's abrupt resignation in May 2006 was his alleged involvement in this prostitution scandal, where basically lobbyists were holding parties for GOP lawmakers that featured hookers and gambling at the Watergate Hotel. And that's why everybody was involved. And it's the same thing that was happening down in Florida. But one person ended up with a deal, right? We're going to give you a deal. You go do your time in jail. And then when you get out, you be good. Well, Epstein wasn't good. And what happened was 11 years later, he met the same fate as our DC madam. Okay, you guys, that is it for this one. I will talk to you later.
Crazy stuff, man. How everything's interconnected. We know that these crazy satanic elites up there, they're all sexual deviants. This is par for the course. And it's crazy that this isn't getting more coverage or more people are screaming out loud about this.
Oh yeah. And with the whole Epstein thing, and there's so many more. It's like, you've got to be kidding me. It's like when you start like seeing how much of this shit is going on and how many people are tied in, and yet people are like, like normie, well, not even normie. You see all these, part-time MAGA people saying, oh, well, just, or he's dead and, we need the list and all this because Trump's on it. It's like, he's the only one that cooperated with the FBI during the whole investigation of Epstein. He knew exactly what was going on. The thing is,
Trump is right in a sense. I think I believe there is a list, and it will come out at some point. But there has to be some type of prudence too, because it's myopic to think that every single person who was ever on the Lolita Express or ever took a trip to Epstein Island was involved in this type of stuff. You know, not every single person. So we just drop out the list and then you ruin other people's lives for no reason whatsoever. This has to be done in a more surgical type fashion. And I'm not, you know, I believe the Trump administration, Trump screwed up their messaging from, you know, very beginning about this whole Epstein list. We're going to release it on day one and all this, you know, all these different statements they make. And then, you know, then they get a seemingly egg on their face. It also revealed too, I mean, I was pretty shocked-ish that one truth that Trump put out, just basically blasting the fake MAGA patriots and the people that I don't want your support anymore. You know, the fair weather, the bandwagon MAGAers that had their panties all in the wad because, you know, they said that Trump was on the list and it's a big cover up and, you know, he's going to release it and now we're not. So, you know, that whole ordeal was a psyop in itself. And it was, I believe, you know, to cause other people, the left in particular, to call for the list saying that, you know, Trump's covering it up. So.
Yeah. Cause, I mean, I could see why Trump said that too. You know, why he said, you know, all these MAGA people, it's like, guys, they've given us all of this information I'm looking for right now, but they gave us all this information in the drops. You know, when we pull up, let's see.
I'm gonna have to jump off here in a minute. My dogs are looking at me like they're gonna pee and poop all over the floor, so I have to take them out.
Right on. Cool.
But it's always a pleasure to hang out with you.
Oh,
you always
always
bring
a
so
pleasure,
much good
sir.
stuff, man. People, you know, that's why people love you so much, because you bring it, and you bring the receipts. You're not just blowing smoke.
Well, I mean, and that's all we're here to do, you know, because people are like, oh yeah, and it's like, look, I never told anybody to sit here and trust me or trust anything I say. It's like, that's why we produce the documents. You know, it's like, you can't trust somebody on the outside if you can't trust yourself.
Right.
It makes no sense. You can't do it. Because you're out here giving out all this blind trust like it's, you know, like candy on Halloween. You can't do that.
No.
You know?
I mean, that's what got us into some of this problem in the first place, is our blind, myopic trust that the system or that the government or whoever is, you know, looking out for us at our best interest. So we just trusted. We outsourced it. I say this all the time. We outsourced our own self-governance, because that's what we're intended to be, a self-governing republic, right? So we have outsourced our own self-governance for so long that we don't have no fucking idea how what is self-governance? How does it work? You know, how does that work? Because we've never had it in our lifetime, right? We've outsourced it to these people, and they ended up screwing us. I mean, it's quite obvious when, you know, when getting family gatherings, that, you know, the two things you don't talk about at Thanksgiving: politics and religion.
Yep.
Well, those are the two things that have been fucking us over our entire fucking lives, is politics and religion. So we don't want to talk about politics and religion, because those are the main tools that they use for control and manipulation. So I'm happy to be on the free side of truth.
Yes.
I don't give a rat's ass what they do. I don't even care. Whatever happens going on the road, it doesn't matter to me.
Yep.
I know me and mine are going to be fine. You know, that sound like a selfish statement, but it's a release. You know, I don't have I'm not tied to any outcomes. Yeah. I create my own outcome regardless of what anybody else does.
That's right. Speaking of your babies, Rue and Cookie, how are they?
Doing fantastic.
Yeah,
they had a fantastic time meeting some new friends out there at the camping trip. Yeah, we had all of Darren's dogs that keep rolling up on us, and then of course Louie, and and there was another. Yeah.
No,
they had fun stuff. It's always good to get the fur babies around and meeting new friends as well.
Yeah, social.
Big time.
Yeah,
big time. So when are your podcast?
Well, I don't do anything on the regular. I'm working to that, because we've just moved from Florida to Missouri, and then I had, you know, doing this and that, you know, getting settled and living in the RV, you know, so things have been chaotic. So I haven't been doing stuff on the regular. I have tons of stuff that I need to upload, bunch of shorts and other interviews that I've done so far that I have in the can. I haven't even uploaded yet. So how busy and crazy it's been. But you know, I'm going to be doing more and more. I might even do a live stream here coming up. But I like to do the short type stuff because people's attention span is very, very short.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a, shout outs and kudos to the family, the WeNotMe family.
Mm.
You know, multiple. We're in over 3 hours now, and I think Jason's just getting warmed up.
Right.
Getting primed.
But to hang out there, but people, 3, 5, 10, 15 minutes, to just make your point and then, jump out. I want to bring value. I want to, actionable items. I want solutions. I just don't want to, point out the problems anymore. We got to fix ourselves if we're going to fix the world.
Yeah.
Yep. I totally agree too. And that's why we do long shows, because there's so much information.
Oh yeah.
Because I mean, because I was even thinking about like doing shorter shows, but it's like, but then you have to do a bunch of shows.
Right.
But we added on another show per week, so it's Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, and there's still 4, 5, 6 hours because there's that much information we still have to go through. I mean, shit, we still have the Counter Extremism Project, Red Summer. Yeah, we got a lot of shit still to go through, and also so much.
You all right there, dude?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Nice catch.
Talk about making stuff work. I can't be on my computer because it's Restream, and then if I try to go on, the reverb goes so bad for Jason. So I'm using an iPad, which I haven't used in years.
Decades.
So
Decades.
I'll figure it out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Just
it's figured
roll,
out. Oh yeah. So yeah, I mean, and then just let us know when you have everything buttoned down. And
oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'm working on the schedule. Like I said, it's going to be fun, and also time is getting taken up too with working with Lewis on his campaign. So
Yeah.
we're doing everything we can. I do a Tuesday show on my Rumble channel still, which is Unpopular Viewpoint with Lewis, called Reality Check Tuesday. So we that's the regular show that I do. Everything else is in flux.
Well, you'll get there. Like you said, you got a lot going on right now.
oh yeah.
But
think
thanks for
everybody does.
thanks for having me in here today. It was fantastic seeing you. I am
Always.
Monday morning at the post office. I'll be dropping your charger back
Oh,
off.
thank you.
Left it in the RV.
Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was bound to happen. Leave something somewhere. So
Yeah,
good
we
thing
left stuff in
got left
Michelle's and
Yeah.
But you guys be good. I'm gonna
Me
go.
too.
Appreciate you very much. Thanks for
Yep.
having me on here.
oh, thank you very
Anytime,
much. For,
and-
yeah.
Tell Natalie hi and send her our love, and
I will.
okay. Kiss
Ciao.
those babies.
Yes. All right, Bub. Cool. Thanks so
Bye,
much
Bruce.
for coming on. And yeah, just whenever he wants to come back on.
Heck yes.
Oh, if anybody wants to come on.
Him, yeah, or Natalie. She's got
Yeah.
some ideas brewing too.
Hell yeah. You guys should start doing an all chick show.
All chick.
You know?
All chick. Never
Yeah.
mind.
Anti fat white liberal women. You know?
It's
Uh
so inviting.
it is,
Such
isn't
an
it?
inviting title.
It is.
Yeah.
But at least you know where you stand.
True.
You know, you're not
True.
gonna see
You
a
know
bunch
what
of
you're getting at.
fat white liberal women here. No. Not gonna find that at all.
Oh my god.
And I just see a question. Niche Mills, Jason, you think Trump will win the Nobel Peace Prize? Nope. He don't want it.
Mm-mm.
When they say like the Nobel Peace Prize, so we have to look at this from a logical standpoint, because Alfred Nobel
Mm.
invented dynamite.
Mm.
So the man who invented dynamite also has a peace prize made about him. But then yet you start seeing all the people that have won it, like Obama in 2009. And what happened? He dropped 30,000 bombs.
Yeah.
So when they start taking
Real peaceful.
talk about some award, Trump's like, hey, peace is the prize. So how about
Yeah.
this? How about, why don't they make up a new award? The Trump Peace Award.
Mm.
Or if you think about it, you don't need any more Nobel Peace Prizes because old boy's bringing like straight up peace.
Yeah, he's straight up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Setting the world straight.
Hell yeah. Shit. That's what he does. That's what he always does, though. I mean, he just constantly puts it out there, and if people, and like we mentioned, if people want to say, oh, well, Trump's doing this, Trump's doing that, you'll never see us say, oh, well, yeah, Trump's on that list and he was over there screwing kids. That'd be the last person on this planet that I would ever say that would do that.
Yeah.
Number one, he's a germaphobe. He's not like the whole pissing in the Russian bed and all shit. It's like, or hang out with hookers. Like, come on, man.
No. And let's be honest, if they had something, they would have used it a long time ago.
Yep. And just like if he was on the list, then why didn't the Democrats bring it out?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
exactly.
Stupid.
Oh, you know what we do have?
What?
And I'm glad that this was mentioned earlier about, was it yesterday, Dina? We got the message about the recordings.
Oh, yeah.
That so we do have 3 recordings that we're going to play on the last show, but I do have them up, and let me see. So I'll make sure that the timing on this. And we have one from when the hell was that? This is like one of the first ones we did. December 29th, 2024. That was the big one. That was the one that was 55 minutes.
Yeah.
That was.
Yeah.
Needless to say, the lettuce got the best of us.
Yes, the lettuce.
Just did that. So I've got these. And I'll start because I have 77, 78, and 79. Man, there's a lot of them. But yeah, so when we do play these, it's going to show like like not so much a blank screen, but it'll show like my screen, I guess, like a share screen, like the like the picture it has and that, because I don't want to interrupt it, because we'll just let it play. Because let's see, 77 is 4 minutes 50 seconds, 78 is 9 minutes 52, and 79 is 2 minutes 24 seconds.
Okay.
So
let's do it.
So we'll just start rolling through these, and yeah, why not, right?
Why not?
All right, we got number 1 coming up right now. So, all right, the big thing is, right? So we checked out the September 11, 2016. That was before the election, right?
Right.
When they arrested her, right?
Yep.
And it was on, like the first drop was October. Well, she'll be arrested on October 30th. Oh, and this refers to Hillary Clinton, by the way. If the morning on, October 30th, between 7:45 and 8:30, right? The thing is that if we take that back also to 9/11, right? 9/11/16, right? Because that's a massive 9/11 within itself. Because you have September 11th, that's 9/11, right? But you have 9 + 1 + 1, that's 11, and you have 2016, which is a 9.
Right.
And also, if you think, right, it's like, what if this is a mirror from 2016? Because if you think about it, when have you seen both? Like 2016, that's a 9, right? So that's to take till 25, right? 9.
Yeah.
Because it's a 9-year procession in order to get the 9s again. It's a triple 9 in itself. He won the election 2016. Now it's 2025, 9 years later.
Right.
Because 2016 and 2017, remember, all the numbers, whenever you add them up, it doesn't add to 9. That's why, there'll be 2 dates that correspond with 1.
Right.
2 dates correspond to 2. But these 2 correspond with 9. It's not another 4-year election. Because when you look at it's not supposed to be even or odd. It's like 9, the number of completion, like marker 9, right?
Yeah.
So what if this is not another 4-year election? and you put the 9 in there,
Right.
and they tell you from 2017, and then you look at 2026, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it's a 00. Because 2017 is 0, 890, and then you have 2026 is 0. So they're showing us the how they're playing it.
Different pattern.
Right? Yeah, they're showing us the pattern. Right, so now marker 9, where it says marker 9, you take that marker, that's 9, and you put it where the 4 is, not another 4-year election.
Gotcha.
Because from 2016 to 2025 is your 9 years.
Yep. Right there.
But they had to put it in 2017 drops and all that because, well, fucking they didn't. It just shows future proofs past. I mean, everything all the way through. So that's why 2016, as soon as he won, boom, he has a set date. That's it.
Yeah. That's
You know?
it.
And it's gonna be done. And look at it now. He's like, he always comes in fucking in time, on time, fucking ahead of time, whatever, under budget, everything. So it's just like, I mean, why do people even doubt this man anymore? And now with her getting arrested, right, on that day, because that day was a Sunday, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you think, you know, what was Sunday? No, what's Sunday known as? A day of rest, right?
Yeah.
Or a day of a rest, right?
I like that one.
You know?
better. Yeah.
Because then you look at it, it's like that's when they nailed her.
Oh.
Because they're like, oh, she's on horse tranquilizers and this and that's. Like, guys, she came out with photochromatic glasses on.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't her. She's smiling next to kids. She even her fucking smile was off. The fuck she smile about? Bitch didn't smile about anything.
No.
And then they drug her, and then, oh yeah, she lost her shoe, but, oh, you didn't notice the chains around her fucking ankles, did you? Oh, no. Huh? No? Nothing? Oh, she was getting helped in the van, yeah. Did you help him through the front door? No, you fucking throw him through the side door. That's it. How do you capture a dangerous animal? They already did the one. Fuck them. I mean, yeah. So, I did see something in there. Yeah, these are because it's just audio, because that's all I just do is just record it, and may start doing them on like little ones like clips, and then just throw it right on YouTube and Rumble. So I've got part 2, the second one. This is number 78. And this one is 9 minutes and 52 seconds. I couldn't made it 9:53. Oh yeah, they tossed that bitch right in the van. Leg cuffs and all. Bucker. Now who's the next arrest? Be fucking backdoor Barry. Because he said the first arrest, that's the way they're gonna go. Well, they just arrested one person. It's like cockroaches with the light. Turn the light on, they all scurry. It's gonna be all of them. Because when Huber announces his shit, then people are going to definitely shit a midget. Because it's what's going to happen, guys. I mean, we'll see. It's all we could do, right? So I've got this one. Let's see. Right here. All right, yeah, this one's on 9:52. So let's see what this one has in it. Okay, now looking at all these wars, right? How in the 1800s they had all these fires in Tokyo, well, in Japan and all that. But then, yeah, the War of 1812 over here, right? Mm-hmm. So the War of 1812, it lasted to what, 1814, 1815, right? Well, then you look at the secret treaty of Verona, right? They wrote all out, right? But the thing is, they didn't realize that both James Madison and, No, James Adams, John Adams, and Thomas Jefferson both died on the same day. No, long live James Madison. I think it's Madison. Madison and Jefferson died on the same day. Remember, it's July 4th. But I'll double check that. So July 4th. So now you look at that, and it was after 1822. I think it was 1824, 1825 that they died. Or even 1823. Because that's why they came up with the Treaty of Rome and how they were going to fucking rule everything, how they were going to strip us of our Constitution. But they didn't realize that fucking both of those guys were still alive. Because they didn't know that they survived the reset that they were all putting on over there. That they were just rewriting everything. Because now when you look at us, right? How far back could we look down our lineage? Until there's nothing, right? Now, think about the royals, right? I mean, now look who's really the puppet masters and the ones above them, and you know, it's like all these kings, you know, all this other bullshit England or in these other countries and all that. But it's like they all still are beholden to Queen Elizabeth, right? And then that's at the top. So it's like even through these massive royal houses and everything like that, there's still a hierarchy.
Yeah, always.
So now with that happening, there's gotta be something else with this whole with the Treaty of Rona. But then you bring in Melania, because Melania is one of the last remaining Romanovs. Because was it her mom that died? Or yeah, her mom died.
Yes.
Right?
Not too long ago.
Yeah. So now you look at that, right? Well, if she's one of the last Romanov dynasty, right?
Yep.
Well, then that means
Yep.
that right there's the patriarch,
Yep.
right? So he's still alive and she's still alive, right?
Right.
So now you put that whole thing in with Tartaria.
Together as one.
Yeah. So what if the Romanov dynasty, right? What if that was the crown of all Tartarias? Just like the queen, all these other houses all look at Queen Elizabeth and then the top, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So what if it's the same doing one twice, but here's the light side of it, right? So now all these countries, like, you know, you've got Viktor Orban and all them, but then also you have Trump being there. But then who do they report to? You have Queen Elizabeth, right?
Right,
On that
right.
side.
Who's her
Then,
boss?
yeah, who's the one at the top here?
Who's her boss?
It's fucking the Tartarian. The Tartarian empires are all coming back and joining together in peace and harmony, because that's how it was before. And it's almost as if once that happens, it's gonna be such a fucking shift, like immediate.
Yeah, because
It'd be like everything's clean again.
well, and because in order how we're going to get there, our path could be the power of the collective.
That
Random number generators prove that our energy, whatever our focus is, how we live, our vibe, the more that's on that, the more it goes.
And the thing is that now, with, you know, who gets removed, right? It's like, well, that's why it's like when you think God and everything, it's like, well, yeah, frequency, vibration, all that.
Yes.
Because the thing is, like, remember, they can read auras.
And that's
right?
why,
So they can actually, like, however it's graded, you know, or not even graded. It's like, what if it has to be a certain percentage,
yeah.
you know, and above to actually, and then the rest gone, and there won't be a body, a vessel, nothing. It'll be like gone.
Yeah.
And that's it. It's like clean, swift, right? That's it. Because you're not gonna have a bunch of bodies around. But if there's that negative aura and everything like that, it's like poof, they're gonna be just zapped. Or,
Yes.
or if you think about it, you know, they're gonna have everybody inside for those days, right? You know, 10 days or whatever. Who knows? Whatever it's said. But in that time, you could have all these, I guess, extraterrestrials, interdimensional, and all that. It's like they could be like
Assisting.
cleaning it all up, you know,
Yeah. Assisting.
all the vessels. Or you never know. I mean, they could have tinkered with that. That once they hit, they're vaporized.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, the possibilities of anything like that is what awaits us.
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing about like being in the now.
Yeah.
With how you vibe.
Yeah.
What, you know, what you let worry you, what you let lead you, what you let affect you, your aura, your quintessence, your everything.
And then we also look at this, right? The golden age of America, right? So now, because with Melania and Trump getting married, right?
Right.
That right there
Right.
was the union of the two.
Yes.
Why?
Right.
Because remember where they get married,
Even
right?
going back to
And it was that Crystal Cathedral, and where the God and everything is be seen wide open, right?
Wasn't that in Ohospi?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then Norman Vincent Peale, or Pearl, Norman Vincent Pearl,
Oh, the atom.
the guy that the power of positive thinking,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
So remember, he's the one that married him.
Yeah. Yes.
So there's the fucking complete catch on it, right? He didn't get married in a fucking. I'm sorry. I keep on thinking I'm home. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Oh, and I just want to let you guys know why we're like keeping all hush hush. We were at Rick and Darcy's that night, and we were talking about this. So we didn't know if we were waking them up or whatever. But yeah, it was only like 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night too. I'm sorry. I thought we were home. So,
It's fine.
So now we have this, and well, I tell them to say this is what the dope does, guys. So now, with that marriage, right, with that union,
Yes.
right, it wasn't done in a church.
Well, tell
It wasn't done with a cross. It wasn't done with anything.
Right.
There wasn't any symbolism involved. So that is the union between the office of Christ and the Tartarian kingdom again.
At its
That's why it's
purity.
yes. That's how they beat the whole system.
It's because it was already done before it even started.
And then they already had their son, the king of Atlantis. How fucking badass is that, you know? It's like you can't even fucking write this shit. And people say, oh, that's just, it's like, guys, if everything's been in fucking movies, who's to say that the whole fucking deal is a simulation? It's like, what if the right people got in and they figured out the whole simulation? And that's what Q is. It's like, it's repeating the simulation to us. And that's why everything's done twice, because we're actually breaking the entire cycle.
Well,
I mean, that's some pretty sweet shit.
all I know is I trust Trump. It all comes back. I don't.
Oh,
yeah.
sure. All right, so that was number 2. We got number 3 coming up, and then we have a lot more that we're going to be discussing, because, oh boy. 4 days ago, guys, You'll see what I'm talking about. Let's see this. Right. Sorry, 224.
So, the EU tariff, right? So they had that deal. That was done on Sunday. So the 27th, right?
Okay.
So, it's just this whole thing, right? The funny thing is that the deadline was on the 8th or the 9th. 7/9. So now if that's the deadline, right?
Yeah.
And then say that's a stop point, right? So then the 10th be day 1, right? And count 17 days. And Ursula was in the White House. Notice how he isn't when we were like at any one of these other countries. He went to the big 3 out there, done.
Yeah.
He knows those. But all these other ones, they gotta come to him. So it's almost like those are the kingdoms. He travels to the main capitals of the kingdoms,
Yeah.
right? But then the rest of them come to him.
I like it.
Because he's the one that has the trust and everything like that. So it's like everything has to go through America now with Trump.
Everything. Because why? Because he's right about everything.
Yeah.
As simple as that.
If you think about it, I mean, if the Jews are using that black magic and shit like that, then we just say that we can't be using, complete opposite.
Well, listen.
As,
Yeah. No, you're right.
white magic.
Yin yang. Balance.
Yeah. That's it.
The only way to get out dark is light.
It's now who's who.
All right, sorry about that last one. Yeah, kind of fucking mumbles McGee over here. Sorry. Let me see. 1 second here. Nice. Let's see. 1 second here. Oh, there was an earthquake in New York today. A 3.0. So, got a couple more videos that just popped up that we'll go through, but we have to utilize something else because you're not going to believe this. So, yeah, today's Sunday. Yeah, today's August 3rd. August 8th is on. Let's see this. The 8th would be on Friday. So, on a Friday. Why not, right? What else is on Fridays? Right? Everything that we've gone through is all Fridays. What the hell is it? Let's see. Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right. So, all right. So, what we're going to do is we're going to get this book back out again. Oh, I can't see it. It is on YouTube. Well, not YouTube, but Amazon. What the fuck am I talking about? YouTube. It is. Let me pull this up real quick because you ain't gonna believe what we found. What's this? Um, okay, I'm going to put this in. Oh, Jesus. Never mind. Never mind. Ain't gonna work. Yeah, it's fucking only 300 fucking characters in it. Oh, shit. All right. I'll just do this. Okay, if you go to Amazon and if you look up this book and it's gone up, or I mean Kindle, you can get it for $4.99, or you could buy it for paperback $38.99, which I'm just gonna tell you right now is probably your best bet. I know Kindle, it's cheaper and all that, but if you really want something, it's right here. So the funny thing is, right? So we will go to page 80. 1028, right? So, and I mess this up too, because on 10/28/2017, the third tweet, because the first tweet was 10/28/2017 at 5:45 in the morning. It mentions the JFK files. And then 10/28/2017, number 2, it says, what happened, how Team Hillary played the press for fools on Russia. And as a link, it says, we know. But number 3, right? It says, very little reporting about the great GDP numbers announced yesterday. 3.0 despite the big hurricane hits. Best consecutive Qs in years. Correct? Right here, page 80, right towards the bottom. It's 1, 2, 3. The 7th one up from the bottom. Right? Now. Let's see how close we are with this. So 7/30/25, right? Got dates. 7 plus 3 is 10. 2 plus 5 is 7. 10 plus 7 is 17. You have the 7:38 a.m., which is 7, and 83 is an 11. So 711, which is a 9. So you have your 17 as the date, right? 1 plus 7 is 8. You have an 8. Then you have the 7:38 a.m., which is 711. That's a 9. 9 plus 8 is 17. So, second quarter GDP just out. 3%. Way better than expected. Too late, must now lower the rate, no inflation, let people buy and refinance their homes. Number 1, you don't need a comma here. It's just buy and refinance their homes. I mean, useless commas. But, so let's reread this again. Remember we said 6 years, right? We're on a 6-year cycle. Very little reporting about the great GDP numbers announced yesterday. 3.0 despite the big hurricane hits. What hurricane hits? Well, remember they said there was going to be like, I don't know, tsunamis all over the place? But now all the warnings just about, right? Best consecutive Qs in years. Well, here's 2. So if there's 2 consecutive Qs in years, second quarter, 2 times 3 is 6, right? We're on a 6-year cycle. Notice how everything's all 6s. Just want to throw that out there. And also, this was on the 31st. The Senate must stay in session, taking no recess until the entire executive calendar is clear. We have to save our country from the lunatic left. Republicans, for the health and safety of the USA, do your job and confirm all nominees. They should not be forced to wait. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So now he has just concluded his tweets, going backwards. Because there's the GDP. Then the one before that is what happened, how Team Hillary played the press for fools on Russia. Yep. And then the first one was JFK files. Cute. Real cute. So that. So now we are going to do this. What's that, guys? That. Get that out there. But yeah, I would have put the link to the Amazon, the Donald Trump tweets from 2017-21 in there, but in YouTube you can only have like, I don't know how many characters, like 100 and something, but it's like 300 characters. So yeah, I mean, we could probably put in the what? Oh shit! All right. Well, hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on. This is gonna get really, really good now. All right, so I put a post in the YouTube, and this just came out what, an hour ago. All right. Oh boy, this is about to get lit. Jimmy Dore, it says we were ordered to stand down on October 7th, says IDF soldier. So the 4, right? What was it? 4 days? It was just what was it? We just had the 4 days something, right? So thing is 10-7, 23-2. Well, to 7-7 to the last time that he was here, BB was. It's exactly 21 months. There's 7-7-7. But if you go to 9-7-25, that would be 23 months. So if you add your delta 4 days on that, you get 9-11-25. Or let's just make this easier. So it's already 9-11, right? You already have the date, 9-11. But then 9 + 1 + 1 is an 11. 2025 is your natural 9. Right? So I've got that in the chat. We're going to listen to this real quick. And it's only 2:49. Shit. We got all day, guys. We got all day.
All stations. I don't know why. I don't know how. Something along those lines. No patrol on the fence. And this was at 5:20 in the morning. All stations are to hold their positions. And sure enough, an hour later, at 6:30 a.m., suddenly sirens. So you know how we said October 7th, that when Hamas attacked Israel, that was actually at least half engineered by Benjamin Netanyahu, because he made sure that Hamas, which is the way more radical and militant group in Palestine, was the one that was funded over the PLO, which were secular and not as militaristic. So he wanted to make sure Hamas was propped up so that they could always say, we can't negotiate, they're terrorists. So he made sure they kept funding Hamas and not the PLO. And so when the attack happened, where were they? Where the most surveilled place in the world is Gaza, and Israel didn't respond for hours and hours to the attacks.
Tiny Israel, not a lot of distance to drive.
It's a very tiny
country. IDF told the ravers to go ahead. It's totally cool to rave next to the concentration
That's
camp.
right. Even though the security people warned the Israel military we shouldn't have this rave, they said, go ahead with it, because they wanted this to happen so they could use this as a pretext, the October 7th attacks, to go in and wipe out the people of Gaza and take over their land. That's what this was always about.
Israelis know this, by the way, but they'll hide it from you because they still want your money.
So here, Israel Exposed tweets out this video of this IDF soldier telling the truth about it. He says that we received orders from the Golani Brigade commander on October 7th to cancel all patrols along the Gaza border from 5:20 a.m. to 9 a.m. Israeli soldier testifies to the Knesset committee. So they were told to stand down, and let's listen to it. So I'm just going to play this. News Fist Happening TV got the English translation of this. So you can turn this down and I'll just say it. So 6:30 in the morning on October 7th, you're at the outpost. For us, October 7th starts before 6:30, says this guy. I was a soldier in the mortar platoon of the Golani Brigade's 13th Battalion. And that night, myself, Yoram Sur, and Sergeant Tamar Ben Yehuda, may he rest in peace, the three of us were pulling an all-nighter. On Sabbath and holidays, we let ourselves pull an all-nighter until the dawn stand to. And you know, we in the mortar platoon have time to sleep until the next stand to. So at 5:20 a.m., we were sitting by the radio so as not to wake the radio operator. And my deputy battalion commander, who was also seriously injured, and thank God he survived, suddenly gets on the radio with a strange message. All stations, I don't know why, I don't know how, something along those lines. No patrol on the fence. And this was at 5:20 in the morning. All stations are to hold their positions. So in terms of ground forces, we don't have anything. Hang on, let me back this up. So in terms of ground forces and OREV, we don't have anything significant. The brigade issued a directive for our forces pending a situation assessment until 9 a.m. So they're given a directive to stand down. Don't go do your patrols. Why would they do that? Wait, I can't.
There's a bunch of them saying it.
What's that?
There's a bunch of IDF saying this when this happened. This is the most surveilled place on earth.
Yes.
How in the hell would this happen? It's all people from the IDF going, what is this?
What exactly? So no vehicle is to approach Burma. I'll say it again. Until 9 in the morning, pending the situation assessment, no vehicle is to go down to Burma. We're in rear staging areas. A brigade level arrangement. I don't know exactly why. I don't ask too many questions. That's the directive. That's what we do. A little before it all begins, and Tomer gives us this look like, what? And you know, we're simple soldiers, just combatants, not commanders or officers who can ask questions. So when they were given this directive to not do your patrol and stand down, they were looking at each other like, what? But they're not officers, so they just have to follow orders. That's what he's saying. It's an order from the deputy. It's an order from the deputy battalion chief, deputy battalion commander. We take orders and don't ask questions. A routine passing of an order. And sure enough, an hour later, at 6:30 a.m., suddenly sirens. I've been living with this since October 7th. That's what he says. And I was very afraid to talk about this. And when I got to the Knesset, which is like the Israeli parliament, when I got to the Knesset, it was after a period when I asked some senior army officers what actually happened. And there were some who initially told me, listen, there was a sniper threat from Nukba on the fence. So we didn't want to send soldiers so they wouldn't get hit. So that's a lie. And then over time, it kind of dawned on me. And I said, wait, if there's a sniper threat, how can it be that I, who am only 200 meters from the fence, how can it be that I am only 200 meters from the fence, don't know that there's a threat? So if there really is a threat, I would be the first guy to know this. How can it be that my friends are fighting without a vest? So we should have bulletproof vests in their underwear and socks. And nobody knows that something, hang on, I gotta back it up. And nobody knows that something is happening. We're only 200 to 300 meters from the fence. And then that was on my mind again. And really, I was suddenly invited to the Knesset. I felt that this was the real opportunity to open this subject and talk about it and to actually understand what happened there. And look, like you're saying, to a lot of people, it sounds strange. And what actually happened there. And we're going back to this again. And I'll be honest, Hilla, he says, I've been living with this, some kind of hole in my brain since October 7th. That something in my heart feels to me that, listen, I don't know what was there. I want to understand what happened like everyone. Look, the deputy battalion commander wasn't a sniper threat because the deputy battalion commander says, I have no idea why. And a sniper threat happens many times. He says this in real time. At 5:20 in the morning. It's not like someone told him to say that. He received an order without an explanation. And it's right. So we as soldiers, when we hear this thing, then of course we follow orders. It did sound a little strange to us, but soldiers in the field, and we've been on this line for almost half a year, and a few losses here and there, you know, from a loss to October 7th. There are cool losses, yes, from breaches of order. Right, from breaches of order to a situation, to events like those of October 7th. We're talking here about, you know, something that's surreal, that's very extreme. To think that one day we would get to this. To think, have you talked amongst yourselves since, he's asked. He says, after it was published, so whoever was there, did you talk amongst yourselves, the rest of you? And he says, so of course we talked about it. We talked about it many times, and we tried to look into it. And I told you what all sorts of military people told me. I thought many times about talking about it, not talking about it, and at some point I also started to deny my own logic. Wait, if they tell me there's no sniping, as you say, how is there a threat? If he said, I don't know why and how, and also, you know, I said, maybe, I don't know, maybe it was that, and suddenly the recording came out. You know, I have a responsibility here. I can't talk about something like that on television. And there are consequences to what I say. So suddenly this thing popped up, and this recording was published. And what can I tell you? Like me, like you, Like all the people of Israel, I want to understand what happened on October 7th. I lost many, many friends. I was seriously injured. Every day I meet with the families, with the parents. And really, you don't know how painful it is to handle it and support them. And people see me, Shalom, the ones who lifted the wounded. They don't know how many things I'm trying to do. I wake up to a war every day. I'm trying to reinvent myself. I'm trying to help these families. Every day is a war in itself. Also fighting without a leg. Yes, the injury, exactly. And also to reinvent yourself. To move forward in life, not to dwell on this. So I guess he's missing a leg. You know, in the end, I was given my life. I also need to move on with my life. I can't stay stuck in the same place. I'm missing a leg. Poor me. I want to understand what happened there. And suddenly this thing that came out, this statement, I don't know what statement he's talking about. It scares me. It scares me a lot. I hope we all have clearer answers later on. And not to jump to conclusions and not to worry an entire country. But it is very important that there are unequivocal answers here. And whoever needs to pay a price should pay the price. So many murdered and kidnapped. It's something that I, as a soldier who served in the Gaza sector, I'm telling you, for every little thing, we would jump to the fence. Every little thing, they would jump to the fence. For every little thing. It scares me. It scares me to think what happened there. So he's saying, so you can turn
this young man's hole.
What's that?
Can I just fill this young man's hole in real quick? That came out wrong, but he said he has a hole in his brain from thinking about it.
Yeah.
So let me explain to this guy. Your leaders sacrificed your friends and your leg.
That's right.
So Bibi Netanyahu wouldn't go to prison.
That's right.
Because they're scumbags and they don't care about you. And that's why they have you guarding a concentration camp, except on the days when they tell you to stand down so you could be killed by the people from the concentration camp that they armed to make this happen.
Yes. That's exactly right. So Benjamin Netanyahu made sure Hamas got armed, made sure they got money from Qatar, made sure that they were propped up instead of the PLO, which was was less violent, not terrorists. And then they told you to stand down so that the people that they armed, Hamas, could then attack you and kill a bunch of your friends and people. So they could use that to A, keep Benjamin Netanyahu out of prison, and B, so they could then take over Gaza and steal all their land. That's what this is about. So you were lied to. Again, it's not a complete false flag, but it's very close.
Yeah, well, I mean, a false flag means what? They just attack the...
So a false flag is when it would be like if Israel attacked Israel and blamed it on Hamas. But it was actually Hamas. But they were funded by Israel and armed by Israel, and then they were allowed to make that attack because the orders came down to stand down.
You know, in the war on terror, we would say they did it. In the war on terror, if Israel funded Hamas, we would say Israel caused it, and we would freeze their bank accounts, I thought, for the war on terror, right?
So they use the same logic why Iran is our enemy, because they are supposedly funding terror groups. Well, Israel funded Hamas, so we should cut off Israel. They should be responsible. So if we hold Iran responsible, we should hold them responsible. So let's see. I have another. So original Polywog says it seems like the leadership called the patrols to clear them out, which allowed the enemy to penetrate the border. You have to ask yourself, why would the leadership do this? Anyone with half a brain knows this was a red flag event in order to justify the genocide of Palestine and flatten their whole country. Anyone with half a brain knows. You could have a hole in your brain, like this guy claims he has, and you would know that this was a red flag event.
False flag.
What's that?
What's a red flag?
I don't know.
A false flag.
This never made sense to me about October 7th, this guy says. Israel has the most secure, most armed, and the most high-tech border surveillance system in the world. They can detect a bug approaching the border from 5 miles away, yet Hamas with loud and slow paragliders slipped in without a problem. It's because that was a design. That plan was designed to let them slip in and to do this. That's why. So that's why that soldier is like, I don't know what happened. We were all looking, what? When there's a sniper, well, we would know. I'm right here. I would know if there's a sniper. How do they know? They're not here. I'm here.
And then the Hannibal directive took care of because those cars didn't blow up from no hang glider guns.
That's right.
Okay, so there were way too many hostages taken for their liking because they would have tried to kill every last hostage before they let Hamas take them.
That's right.
And they're going to starve their own hostages to death now.
Yes. What?
Well, maybe he'll put it together one day, this kid.
So maybe that soldier will put it together. It sounds like he has put it together, but he doesn't want to. He says, I'm even doubting my own logic. Yeah, well, you shouldn't.
Yeah. It's very strong programming, I bet.
Yeah, it is very strong. What's he going to do? He's not going to find any friends in Israel if he tells the truth about October 7th.
Yeah, other victims of it will cover up because they're even worse than Americans are. Well, in a way. To outsiders. Insiders, they'll probably take a terrible vengeance on Netanyahu and then go on killing Palestinians, you know? Here, we don't even get that dignity of putting our corrupt leaders in prison. So Israel does that part at least because they don't take kindly when you harm an Israeli if you're Israeli. At least they have that level of something, I guess.
Come see us in Oxnard.
All right. Right. Oh shit. I'm trying to fuck that up. Oops, sorry. 1 second, guys. Oh Jesus. All right. One second, guys. Oh God, oh man. Oh shit. All right, we got one more Jimmy Dore, and then we're gonna go through a couple documents. Cause oh boy, we found it's gonna be nightmare. Give me 1 second. All right, if you're gonna read lips, I said I hate this bitch, right? Oh my God, it's Alyssa Slutkin. Yo, the CIA agent that is in the Senate right now. Oh, yeah, this one's a gem. The title is CIA agents are just regular folks like you and me. Slutkin tells Colbert. Yeah, Fantasyland, right?
A lot of the guys are also like wearing mom jeans and white sneakers on the weekends. Like these are good corn-fed people who just want to help their country.
Eating ballpark franks.
Eating their hot dogs.
Who in the fuck wears mom jeans and white sneakers? Just like they wear, polos and khakis and glasses and masks when they're out marching, right? Yeah. Great folks.
We're doing whatever, and
lying to the American people, doing Russiagate, concocting conspiracy theories to undermine your vote, so your vote actually doesn't count, lying us into another war to slaughter 1 million people for the betterment and for the enrichment of their corporate overlords. Those kind of mom jean white sneaker guys. So this is a Democrat, Elisa Slotkin. She's a politician and former intelligence analyst. She was elected in 2025 as a senator from Michigan. Slotkin, she was formerly a CIA analyst and a Department of Defense official. Isn't it nice they go from CIA into Congress? Couldn't be worse. So that's the deep state, okay? She was formerly a CIA analyst and a Department of Defense official, ending her career in that field as the acting Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs. And now she's a senator from Michigan, and now she goes on the #1 propaganda show in late night, which is Stephen Colbert, and she tries to tell you that, well, pro-war Senator Elisa Slotkin, who worked for the CIA on Iraq under George W. Bush, says CIA agents are just a bunch of trusty corn-fed guys wearing mom jeans and white sneakers on weekends. This is the future of the Democrats.
I bet you that's not her old job. I bet it's still her job, and the senator thing's a cover.
Don't you? I bet you're right. So sure they are. Now, do you remember when your mom would come home from work at the CIA and the silencer would still be really hot on her sniper rifle? Or how about in the middle of dinner and dad would get a phone call and his face would go blank and he would just become another person altogether? He would put on his coat and just leave. Those are the homespun memories I enjoy.
Yeah. Well, they said it's a complicated world and sometimes you have to do bad things.
So here she is telling this to Stephen Colbert.
Republicans, a lot of the people, sort of conspiratorially minded people out there, like to think that some of the trouble the United States has is because of what they call the deep state.
Right.
Okay. And as a former,
I like that Stephen Colbert is just 100% pushing establishment talking points. You know, some people who are conspiracy theories think there's a deep state.
Yeah, a leftist made that up. Peter Dale Scott, left-wing Berkeley professor after Kennedy was murdered, he came up with that phrase. So no, right-wingers didn't actually come up with that. I mean, I know Stephen doesn't know anything and he just parrots things, but that's the history.
So boy, if there is nobody who does their job better for the establishment than Stephen Colbert, it is unbelievable.
And why is he fired?
He's like Colin Powell at the UN holding up the vial of whatever he held up to get us to go to war with Iraq. That's what he is.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's legal. Smith-Munt means they can install a man to put propaganda on CBS late night that doesn't make any money mysteriously, but then suddenly has to be canceled once U.S. aid money goes away.
is there a deep state? What do they mean by deep state?
Yeah, I wish people.
What do they mean by Stephen Colbert? I don't know anything. I've only been doing a political show for 20 fucking years. I don't know anything. What does that mean? A deep state.
And if there's one person you can trust to ask,
it's someone from the deep state.
Yeah.
Hey, why don't you ask Chris Christie where all the cheesecake went?
Get Netanyahu on to ask about if they're starving kids to death.
Yeah.
People could understand that a lot of the guys that I served with, guys and gals at the CIA or at the Pentagon where I served, first of all, a lot of them are former military. So, if you can't be like pro-military and then anti-intelligence community and deep state, but
yes, I can.
Yeah,
I can. I can be pro-soldier.
I'm not that pro-military either, to be honest with you. I like soldiers. I'll do USO anytime I'm asked.
Yeah, I'm definitely not pro-military or Pentagon.
But a Pentagon should rot in hell. The leaders of it should go to a bad place.
a lot of the guys are also like wearing mom jeans and white sneakers on the weekends. Like these are good corn-fed people who just want to help their country.
Eating ballpark franks.
Eating their hot dogs or doing whatever. And,
lying to the American people, doing Russiagate,
walk up in the balls.
Conspiracy theories to undermine your vote so your vote actually doesn't count, lying us into another war to slaughter 1 million people for the betterment and for the enrichment of their corporate overlords. Those kind of mom jean white sneaker guys.
That kind of thing. To me, I thought they're so diverse now. She said corn-fed?
Yeah. I thought they were more diverse. I thought they were Hispanic. I thought they were Hispanic.
Latinx.
I thought it was Hispanic lesbians with anxiety disorders. That's who I thought was at the CIA now.
Latinx, severe anxiety and personality issues.
And she's saying they're just regular guys. They're just out there trying to help America. That's all. They're not doing the bidding of the deep state or the WEF or the billionaire overlords that actually run this country.
Obama wore mom jeans, and he was a good man.
Yes. They're not helping get coordinates so Israel can bomb people in Yemen and slaughter people in Gaza. They're not doing that, are they? They're not
wearing mom jeans from your mom they killed, because that's the kind of pieces of shit that work at the CIA.
They're wearing mom jeans from the mom they killed.
From the corpses of moms all over.
This idea that there's some network of people that are running the world, it doesn't really match reality. And these people in the dead of night are doing things to...
Yeah, nobody's running the world. According to her, nobody's running the world. Isn't that
I know that
interesting?
you're always mad. They're always mad that they don't control the whole world, and they openly think they should control the whole world. So I know that's something we need to correct with more intel fucks.
We just have 1,000 military bases around the world. We're not doing that to control the world.
Oh, we still don't have Russia's stuff and all of China's
Yeah.
stuff. So I guess the battle's
Yeah.
not finished.
Protect this country and make sure things don't blow up here. And for me, you know, the way that Trump
So let's keep in mind the intelligence community completely concocted Russiagate. That was not to keep America safe. That was to undermine your vote, undermine an election, undermine democracy, and to slander a sitting president to render him useless. That's what that was all about. So this idea that they're there trying to protect America and Trump is still the bad guy. She's saying Trump is still the bad guy, not the people who concocted Russiagate and framed a sitting American president as a traitor to our country to undermine your vote.
is going after them is just, it's particularly, first of all, it's nasty. Second of all, it's completely counter to our interests to be demoralizing the people that are protecting us.
So that Trump is going after the good people at the CIA and the FBI. That's the problem. And of course,
demoralized. You should be happy you're not thrown into a pit. And I thought Trump was your vengeance out there on these people, but they're still on TV.
Well,
where's my vengeance? Why isn't Robert De Niro in a camp like he was afraid of?
Yeah, I thought everybody's going to end up in a camp. Remember that? Everybody's going to be in a camp.
Trump's still on their team at the end of the day, and he don't want to fully alienate him.
Bill Maher's not going to be able to have a show. Remember that? Because Robert De Niro said, you're not going to be able to have a show. I'm going to be in prison. Whatever happened to that? So here, I just want to show you this for context. So here is Claire Danes, and she starts to let the cat out of the bag that she was working on this TV show, and she was working with people from the CIA, and she found out that the CIA was partnering up with journalists to undermine Donald Trump. And as soon as she starts to say that, Stephen Colbert, as the tool of the establishment he definitely has he cuts her off. You remember this? Let's watch.
Yeah. By the way, the show was an Israeli show of propaganda for Israelis to make them cool with the awful shit Israel does. And so we imported it here, and she starred in it.
What was the name of the show?
I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
Bullshit.
Here we go. Did you see him? Oh, he two hands. Ha and ha. Don't tell people that there's a thing called the Mockingbird media and it's still happening, because that's what she just
part of it.
Colbert's part of it.
Her face is the best.
She knows, like, oh, I think I just screwed up,
and then he's like,
oh my god, this is going to be a
vacant look.
This is going to be a scandal. Everybody's going to know that there's a Mockingbird media, meaning that the intelligence community is partnering up with journalists to undermine the president of the United States. That's what she just said. So guess what? The CIA and the FBI do not work for the president. They're supposed to. The president's they're supposed to work for him. But what she just revealed is that they don't work for the president, just like Chuck Schumer revealed when he said Trump shouldn't screw around and be mean to the intelligence community because they've got 6 ways to Sunday to get back at you. And what that revealed from Chuck Schumer was that the intelligence community, meaning the FBI and the CIA, do not work for the president, and the president better watch his ass because they'll come for him. So if they don't work for the president, who do they work for? That's called the deep state. They don't work for you. You don't get a vote in this. This is the permanent state, the deep state, the establishment, the people who wanted the Iraq war twice, the people who wanted Afghanistan for 20 years, the people who wanted to flood the inner cities in America with crack cocaine and then and explode the prison population, the same people who wanted to do Syria and Libya and Ukraine, the same people.
The same people who work that Stephen Colbert is an asset of, obviously.
Obviously, he's an asset now. Did you see that? What that is? So she's letting you know that the CIA is teaming up with journalists to undermine the president of the United States, and he had to cut. Look at that. Ha! His hand. This hand. Ha! That is red alert. Red alert.
For him to react like that, it's like, did he get a call beforehand? Don't let this dingbat blather about how journalists work for the CIA now? Because he looks like, oh, that was the one thing you weren't supposed to say. Did he have it on his mind the whole time while she was talking?
Let's watch this again because this is kind of, I don't know if I
This
can.
season.
That's great. Oh, luckily, a Stephen Colbert crowd is not going to notice that or think about it twice.
No, but here's Scott Adams. Trump is lying to you about the Epstein files for your greater good. Remember this when he said this?
How many of you know that there's something called the CIA? Have you heard of it?
No.
If you know that there's a CIA and you have not been railing to completely eliminate them from our system, then you've already bought into the idea that your government can lie to you. So don't act like you're all above it. We're not above it. I wake up knowing that my country has a CIA and that their job is to not tell the truth. I mean, it's built into the job. And I don't expect them to tell me the truth, but I do expect them to keep me safe. So, they're not going to be perfect and there'll be some corruption that gets into every system. But if you trust Trump to handle the country's interests first, then you should also trust him to know when to lie to you. And that when that's in your best interest or the best interest of the country as a whole.
So that is called adult child of an alcoholic justifying abuse. That's what that is. Oh, Daddy, it was our fault he beat us. So he's doing it for our own good. They're lying to us for our own good. So you're talking about that? The Stephen Colbert covering for the CIA, joining with Mockingbird media journalists to undermine President Trump. That's good.
And Trump does nothing?
And this idea, what a childish idea that the CIA lies to you to keep you safe. That the CIA is there to keep us safe. Nothing has made us less safe than the CIA starting wars and overthrowing democracies all across the globe. Nothing has made us less safe than our war with Russia through Ukraine, the saber rattling with China, the millions of wars that they've started and millions of people they've killed in the Middle East, creating terrorists that hate us and want to do damage. Nothing. The CIA is not. So this idea that they're there to keep us safe is such a childlike version that he has to cling to because he likes Trump. Because Trump was nice to him.
He's a bourgeois office guy. When he goes for the good of the country, the people who had their kids trafficked or grabbed up by the despicable CIA, are they not part of the country? Oh, I'm not the country. Just you are because you got money, prick. So he tells the truth in the beginning. If you're not railing against the CIA, I am.
Well, I am.
Then you're an asshole to be mad about this. Well, this is a good speech to not believe in America anymore from Scott Adams.
Yes. Nobody should trust their government or their president or their intelligence communities to tell them the truth. But somehow you should still believe in America. Even
this
though
is Sam Harris level.
This is Sam Harris level delusion.
Yeah.
So I just can't picture Norbert on Epstein Island, but maybe that's my glitch, huh?
Not Norbert. Dilbert, not Norbert. I mean, Norbert's the one where Eddie Murphy's the nerd.
I know. I'm sorry, Dilbert.
I can all picture that.
I can't picture Dilbert. Yeah, wrong guy. So James Kroger says the CIA is not a band of benevolent protectors. It exists for one reason. It provides the billionaire owners of our government with a secret control organization that they use. One, to control politicians, and two, to control the information spaces citizens turn to, just like they just did with Stephen Colbert. And most importantly, to cheat, i.e. break every legal moral law in secret to protect our elites from the threat of democracy, i.e. the efforts of workers to organize themselves politically, both overseas and domestically. That's what they're there for. Also, through their use of both carrots and sticks, they infiltrate almost every level of society. Most of their most important assets are found in corporate boardrooms, government agencies, Hollywood and celebrity social circles. Their message to all these special people, the CIA exists for them. They've been so successful in their efforts that the senior elected leaders in Congress are afraid to cross them. Remember when Chuck Schumer said they've got 6 ways to Sunday to get back at the president of the United States if the president criticizes them. America's democracy was always shaky before the CIA was created, but it was effectively replaced by an increasingly tyrannical oligarchy in the years since they invented the CIA. So, Stephen Colbert, what a wow.
And I bet Scott Adams thinks he's against Stephen Colbert. Well, not on the vaccine thing, of course. That's another thing. He doesn't care that the CIA might kill you or all. I mean, I don't even know where to begin with the experiments they do on American citizens. But he was all for an experimental vaccine being forced on you. And then when it turned out, I mean, I'm sure it has to do with his condition now, by the way. But when it turned out that way, he goes, well, you won. No, nobody won, dipshit. You get experimented on by your Mengele CIA here. What an unbelievable cognitive dissonance. Because he thinks he's part of the elites, and I don't think he understands he's not, or else they would have clued him in not to get the real shot.
So in other words, I don't know what this guy's talking about, how they infiltrate Hollywood and they could to control information spaces. I mean, I saw a movie on Netflix, and I know shows on Amazon, and they say the CIA is always underfunded and trying to do the right thing. That's what they say. So I'll see you Sunday in Oxnard, California. Then I'll see you in Rutherford, New Jersey, Manhattan at the Village Underground, or Calgary.
Fuck. Why would we go see you? Be pointless, right? So, we're going to have a little fun right now. Even though this is it seems like an incomplete list, which actually is, but come on, man, the fucking screen. Okay, I am going to put this in the YouTube comment section. If somebody could please shift it over to Rumble, it would be greatly appreciated, because this is just 2 pages. 2 pages, guys. 2 pages. Okay. All right, ready for this one? Yep. So, let's play a game. Current communist goals. The 45 current communist goals listed below, and there's not 45 of them. It's missing 21 through 24 and 43 through 45. But we'll make do with what we got, because all we need is what we have here. We're taken from The Naked Communist by W. Cleon Skuzin, who began his extensive study of communism during his 16-year term of service with the FBI. Mr. Skuzin is now field director of the American Security Council. So, number 1, U.S. acceptance of coexistence as the only alternative to atomic war. Yeah. That has Jews written all over, by the way. Because remember, atomic war, nuclear war, remember, they're just talking about atomic. U.S. willingness to capitulate in preference to engaging in atomic war. Yeah, we're not giving up for shit. Fuck you, bitches. Develop the illusion that total disarmament by the United States would be a demonstration of moral strength. Permit free trade between all nations regardless of communist affiliation and regardless of whether or not items could be used for war. Extension of long-term loans to Russia and Soviet satellites. Provide American aid to all nations regardless of communist domination. Yeah, you get really bent. Oh, Bucky, you leaving? Oh, man, you probably heading to work. Oh, much love, brother. Be safe. Be safe, brother. Be safe. Let's see. Grant recognition of Red China, admission of Red China to the UN. Set up East and West Germany as separate states in spite of Khrushchev's promise in 1955 to settle the Germany question by free elections under supervision of the UN. And they did with the wall. Remember they said the wall means so much more? Which wall? Exactly. Are you talking about the wall at the border, or are you talking about the Berlin Wall? The communist one. Prolong the conferences to ban atomic tests because the U.S. has agreed to suspend tests as long as negotiations are in progress. Allow all Soviet satellite individual representation in the UN. So, Soviet satellite individual representation. That's like Ukraine, Kazakhstan, you know, when they broke it up during 1917 and 1923. When the Jews, because that's why I'm pissed, because Shameless Spur came out with a video. It's like part 3. And I don't know why they banned him. He literally used their words against them. He didn't say it. He let them say it. They said that they created communism. They said they killed over 20 million Russians. They did. Promote the UN as the only hope for mankind. If its charter is rewritten, demand that it's set up as a one-world government with its own independent armed forces. Some communist leaders believe the world can be taken over as easily by the UN as by Moscow. Sometimes these two centers compete with each other as they are now doing in the Congo. And what peace treaty did Trump just deal with, right? I think it was Rwanda and Congo. I think it was Rwanda, but I know it was Congo, definitely. Resist any attempt to outlaw the Communist Party. Do away with all loyalty oaths. Right there. Remember your oath. That's number 13. Continue giving Russia access to the U.S. Patent Office. Capture one or both of the political parties in the United States. Well, they almost had them both. Because, well, Democrats they already had. Right, with all their parties, working class parties, all that, that's all communism. It's all socialism. They even have Communist Party USA. Because who was a devout follower of Communist Party USA? John Brennan. And also, with the Republicans, you have the neocons. It's all the neocons are. They're commies. Use technical decisions of the courts to weaken basic American institutions by claiming their activities violate civil rights. Sound familiar? I thought so. Get control of the schools. Use them as a transmission belt for socialism and current communist propaganda. Soften the curriculum. Get control of the teachers' associations. Put the party line in textbooks. Jesus Christ. I mean, this is like textbook, guys. Textbook. Gain control of all student newspapers. Use student riots to foment public protest against programs or organizations which are under communist attack. So now you see why they came out and wanted to pretty much forgive all the student debt that all the commies were in there for right now. That's why they're out there protesting, because they think they're working their shit off. Do they know? Infiltrate the press, gain control of book review assignments, editorial writing, policy making decisions. 21 through 24 is not there, so we're going to jump over to 25. Break down cultural standards of morality by promoting pornography and obscenity in books, magazines, motion pictures, radio, and TV. It's almost like the fucking Weimar Republic all over again, huh? Present homosexuality, degeneracy, and promiscuity as normal, natural, and healthy. Once again, infiltrate the churches and replace revealed religion with social religion. Discredit the Bible and emphasize the need for intellectual maturity, which does not need a religious crutch. Or you could have your boy, Schofield, paid for by the Rothschilds to come up with the Schofield Bible to actually push for Israel to be the good guys in all this. What's in the Bible? So stupid. Eliminate prayer or any phase of religious expression in the schools on the ground that it violates the principle of separation of church and state. What's that, guys? Oh, that's funny because I think it was August 1st that one second. He was. Nope. Sorry, guys. A lot of paper. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Well, we want to make sure we're right. So. All right. I might have to look it up again. But I believe it was August 1st when Roy Moore was actually, don't remember he was the governor He's a governor or a senator or something of Alabama. And remember, they removed him from office for putting the 10 Commandments in there. Wow. Wow, right? Discredit the American Constitution by calling it inadequate, old-fashioned, out of step with modern needs, a hindrance to cooperation between nations on a worldwide basis. Boy, Democrats do it every fucking day. Discredit it because they're like, oh, it's such an old document. You know, we need to update it. No, you don't need to update it. You need to just follow it. You swore an oath to support the Constitution. And isn't it funny that the same ones that are trying to upend the Constitution are the same ones that are pleading the Fifth? So you want to destroy the Constitution, but then you're using the Constitution as a crutch as long as it benefits your ends. Number 30, discredit the American Founding Fathers. Present them as selfish aristocrats who had no concern for the common man. They can all pound sand now. Belittle all forms of American culture and discourage the teaching of American history on the ground that it was only a minor part of the big picture. Give more emphasis to Russian history since the communists took over. Support any socialist movement to give centralized control over any part of the culture, education, social agencies, welfare programs, mental health clinics, etc. Eliminate all laws or procedures which interfere with the operations of the communist apparatus. Eliminate the House Committee on Un-American Activities. We went over that. The HUAC. Discredit and eventually dismantle the FBI. So, if you're willing to discredit and dismantle the FBI, who does that leave left? The CIA. Cute. Infiltrate and gain control of more unions. The communism is deep with this one. Infiltrate and gain control of big business. Transfer some of the powers of arrest from the police to social agencies. We heard about this before, right? New York, they want to put they want to eliminate the police in Minnesota, Minneapolis, and all that. They want to eliminate the police and put social services out there, right? Treat all behavioral problems as psychiatric disorders, which no one but psychiatrists can understand or treat. 39, dominate the psychiatric profession and use mental health laws as a means of gaining coercive control over those who oppose communist goals. So please tell me again, that it's not the Jews. You can't. It's impossible at this point. Discredit the family as an institution. Encourage promiscuity and easy divorce. Wow, that no-fault divorce, huh? Emphasize the need to raise children away from the negative influence of parents. Attribute prejudices, mental blocks, and retarding of children to suppressive influence of parents. So technically, if your kid has a learning disability or anything like that, that's because of the parents, the negative influence that parents have on their child. And I wish this, I'm going to find this one because it says The Naked Communist. So I'm going to try to find that book. It says, create the impression that violence and insurrection are legitimate aspects of the American tradition that, it cuts off right there. But whoever posted, this is the document I received in high school civil defense class. Communist Blueprint for World Conquest. On a dark night in May 1919, remember we said that 1919 and 1923, 1917, 1923 right there, but 1919, two lorries rumbled across a bridge and on into a town of Dusseldorf. Among the dozen rowdy singing Tommies, apparently headed for a gay evening, were two representatives of the Allied military intelligence. When they said a gay evening, I know it means happy, but we're talking about the communists here. So, yeah. Definitely nuts to butts. These men had traced a wave of indiscipline, mutiny, and murder among the troops to the local headquarters of a revolutionary organization established in the town. Pretending to be drunk, they brushed by the sentries and arrested the ringleaders, a group of 13 men and women seated at a long table. I mean, you got 13, you got the MS-13, because the MS-13 they put in the drops, especially early on, there's no dash. All the rest of them it says MS-13, but MS-13, it's all together, so could be a lot of things. In the course of the raid, the Allied officers emptied the contents of the safe. One of the documents found in it contained a specific outline of rules, quote unquote, rules for bringing about a revolution, end quote, is reprinted here to show the strategy of materialistic revolution and how personal attitudes and habits of living affect the affairs of a nation. So it's Communist Blueprint for World Conquest, Communist Rules for Revolution, captured in Dusseldorf, May 1919 by the Allied forces. A, corrupt the young, get them away from religion, get them interested in sex, make them superficial, destroy their ruggedness. Wow. We could put a check mark by A. That's done. Destroy their ruggedness. You made a bunch of soy boys interested in sex. I don't know. You got all these people out there with fucking 7 baby daddies and 8 kids and all on welfare. Get control of all means of publicity and thereby, 1, get people's minds off their government by focusing their attention on athletics, sexy books, and plays, and other trivialities. Oh, like breads and circuses. All right. Check that one off. 2, divide the people into hostile groups by constantly harping on controversial matters of no importance. Oh, like the isms. Like racism. That's a good one, Findas. Marxist Socialist 13. I mean, there's a lot of MS-13s, aren't there? Number 3, destroy the people's faith in their natural leaders by holding the latter up to contempt, ridicule, and obloquy, whatever the hell that is. Well, they're natural leaders, right? What are they doing to Trump? Case in point. Number 4, always preach true democracy, but seize power as fast and as ruthlessly as possible. Yeah, not going to happen. By encouraging government extravagance, destroy its credit, produce fear of inflation with rising prices and general discontent. I don't know. I mean, we're the only ones that are 36 trillion in the hole. And we still keep on giving money to them. Number 6, foment unnecessary strikes in vital industries, encourage civil disorders, and foster a lenient and soft attitude on the part of government towards such disorders. Unnecessary strikes in vital industries, like the wildcat strikes they did at Dodge back in the 60s and 70s. You know, they got to the brothers and the sisters. You're your alpha kappa alpha bitches, and you're a black bouye. They're communists. 7, by specious argument, caused a breakdown of the old moral virtues, honesty, sobriety, continence, faith in the pledged word, ruggedness. Yeah, we know who's involved with this. C, cause the registration of all firearms on some pretext, with a view to confiscating them and leaving the population helpless. So right here. Now, people could say, oh, you always go after them. And, well, unfortunately, we can because, well, we kind of bring documents with it. So, let me see real quick. Find it. And of course, once again, we have to go back to this one, right? Who controls America? Right? He's buying gun control. Metzenbaum, Jew, to ban or limit restrict so-called plastic guns in 88. Senator Herbert Cole introduces Bill S-2070, the Gun-Free Zones Act of 1990, which bans gun possession in the school zone. The law will later be struck down in court as unconstitutional. Here comes that Metzenbaum again. Senate Bill S-653. It bans specific semi-automatic rifles, but also gives the Secretary of Treasury the power to add any semi-automatic firearm to the list at a later date. So in 1994, the Brady Law, which requires waiting periods to buy handguns, becomes effective. Senator Howard Metzenbaum wrote the Brady bill. Senator Metzenbaum sponsored the bill in the Senate. The sponsor of the bill in the House was Congressman Chuck Schumer. 1994, Senator Howard Metzenbaum introduced Senate Bill 1878, the Gun Violence Prevention Act of 1994, aka Brady II. Congressman Schumer sponsored Brady II, sister legislation H.R. 1321 in the U.S. House of Representatives. September 1994, the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of 1994 goes into effect, including a provision that bans the manufacture and possession of semi-automatic rifles described as assault weapons. But then they say, no, true assault weapons are fully automatic, not semi-automatic. No. Assault's a fucking verb. I could assault you with this pen. I could use this pen as a weapon. Just look at old boy went in, smoked 3 dudes with a fucking pencil. Is that a weapon? No. Assault is a verb. That gun ban provision was authored by the Senate by Senator Dianne Feinstein and authored in the House by Congressman Chuck Schumer. Of course, they're all Jews. Once again, 1995, Senators Cole, Specter, Feinstein, Lautenberg, that's Frank Lautenberg, and others introduced the Gun-Free Zones Act of 1995 as amended version of 1990 school zone law, which was struck down in court as being unconstitutional. Again. So what'd they do, right? Notice how they went to the school-free zones, right? Gun-free school zones and all that. So, isn't it funny that right, like 1995 after that, they started seeing an uptick in school shootings? September 1996, the Lautenberg domestic confiscation provision becomes law as part of a larger omnibus appropriations bill, sponsored by Senator Frank Lautenberg. It bans people convicted of misdemeanor domestic violence from ever owning a gun, which is bullshit. See, they find, if you're convicted of a misdemeanor domestic violence, right? Who are the ones that are putting you in jail? Well, you got the attorneys, the judges. Well, who are they? Them. 1997, Senate Bill S-54, the Federal Gang Violence Act of 1997, promotes much harsher sentences for people violating minor gun laws, including mandatory prison sentences and forfeiture of property. It's introduced by Feinstein and Senator Orrin Hatch, among others. It returns the idea of turning every violation of the Gun Control Act of 1968 into a RICO predicate offense. Yeah, because that's racketeering and conspiracy. Sure. Well, I mean, they say federal gang violence, but who's the one that classifies the gang? I'm sure it's probably going to be the ADL because, I mean, if they have a working definition of anti-Semitism, then they have a working definition of anything. January 1999, Senator Barbara Boxer introduces Senate Bill 193, the American Handgun Standards Act of 1999. January 1999, Senator Herbert Cole, S-149, the Child Safety Lock Act of 1999. It will require a child safety lock in connection with transfer of a handgun. February 1999, Lautenberg introduces Bill S-407, the Stop Gun Trafficking Act of 1999. Notice no human trafficking stoppage, just weapons, right? February 1999, Lautenberg introduces S-443, the Gun Show Accountability Act of 1999. I mean, when it comes to gun shows, I mean, you trust people at a gun show because, well, when you go to one and you understand that everybody there has been fully trained and, you know, they practice all the safety. I mean, that's where you want to take your kids. You want to have them learn from other people that are completely safe around weapons, not around these You know, these ninjas that are running around in Chicago and Los Angeles and New York City popping their shit like this. Stupid. March 1999, Feinstein introduced S. Bill 594, the Large Capacity Ammunition Magazine Import Ban Act of 1999. And all this time, they're stealing money from us at the same time. So, and plus, Feinstein was over there dealing with fucking China, her communist shit. May 2000, Feinstein, Boxer, Lautenberg, and Schumer sponsor State Senate Bill 2515. The Firearm Licensing and Record Sale Act of 2000 is a plan for national firearms licensing system. It's none of their fucking business what we have. Learn how to cook a burger first, all right? January 2001. Feinstein, Schumer, Boxer sponsor Senate Bill S25, the Firearm Licensing Record of Sale Act of 2001. It's a nationwide gun registration plan. Apparently, there were two versions of that Firearm Licensing and Record of Sale Act bill. Yeah, because they did one in 2000, then they did in 2001. May 2003, Feinstein, Schumer, Boxer, and others introduced legislation that would reauthorize the 1994 federal assault weapons ban and close a loophole in the law that allows large capacity ammunition magazines to be imported into the U.S. The ban expired in September 2004. Now, it's funny that they were all told, you know, they all swore an oath to support the Constitution. That includes the Second Amendment, guys. Also includes that. So, October 2003, Feinstein, Lautenberg, Levin, and Schumer co-sponsored Bill S1774, designed to stop the sunset ending of the Undetectable Firearms Act of 1988. March 2005, Senator Frank Lautenberg introduced Bill S645 to reinstate the Public Safety and Recreation Firearms Use Protection Act. In other words, to reinstate the 1994 assault rifle ban, known as the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of 1994, which expired in late 2004. I wonder who helped push that one through. That was Biden. March 2005, Feinstein introduced Senate Bill 620 to reinstate the Public Safety and Recreational... it's the same one. So she introduced the same bill. But hers is Senate Bill 620, his was 625. Cute. July 2005, Feinstein introduced Bill SA1621, 50 caliber sniper weapons. This amendment would cover all 50 BMG firearms to NFA weapons. So you can't even have those, huh? Cute. You can, but they didn't want us to have anything. July 2005, July 2005, same thing. 1622, 50 caliber exclusion to S397. This amendment would modify S397 to allow suits when the firearm involved was a 50 caliber weapon. So you could sue the rifle manufacturer. They always have to be involved somewhere. Somewhere down the line, they're making money off us. July 2005, Senator Barbara Boxer introduces SA1633, BATFE safety standards. This amendment allows lawsuits to continue to be brought if the product did not meet the safety standards as defined by BATFE. You know what the funny thing is about this one, though? Isn't it funny that they want to put amendments in that allows lawsuits to be brought if the product did not meet the safety standards, but yet you can't sue vaccine manufacturers for faulty vaccines even though the product did not meet the safety standards? Cute. July 2005, Barbara Boxer, SA1634, sporting use on domestic handguns. Applying sporting use clause requirements to domestic handguns could almost completely dry up the handgun availability in the United States. If you notice, Ashkenazi Jew, 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 Ashkenazi Jew. So when we say that they're behind it, we're not retarded. We're actually like giving the information of the truth. And once again, I'll put this in the chat for YouTube so I can go back and they're just so everybody. I mean, it's literally all right here, and this came out in 2010. December 30, 2010. So yeah, we got that. I mean, she's I don't know. It's always something with them. Always something. Let's see. Oh, I do have another video. All right, this one is Dr. Steve Turley, and this one came out yesterday about the Supreme Court. Right there, I think everything we're on the precipice of everything getting completely upended because everybody wants to look at Hillary, right? Okay, cool, you got Hillary, but once you've deemed Obama as being completely illegitimate to hold office, well, the Democrats all knew. The Secret Service all knew. Why do you think they gave him the nickname Renegade? This is a short one, it's 8 minutes.
Weekend, and I have got something that is going to make your weekend even better. This is seriously going to blow your mind. You ready? I better prepare you. Are you sitting down? What if I told you that the Supreme Court just dropped a bombshell that is about to obliterate the Democrat Party's chances of ever coming back to national power again? And I'm not even remotely exaggerating, which I'll show you throughout the video. The Supreme Court is set to completely annihilate the very foundation of the Democrats' congressional power. The way the Democrats have been drawing voting districts, something that's been rigged for the last 60 years, it's really the only way they can reach a congressional majority. That rigged system is about to be declared unconstitutional 6-3. Now, you all know that the Democrats have been using race as a political weapon since the 1960s at least, but since 65, they've been using race as a basis to carve up congressional districts like a Thanksgiving turkey.
And why would they be doing that, right? 65, that Civil Rights Act? Jews fucked it all up.
One sole purpose, and that's, of course, to guarantee themselves seats in Congress. But now, as of literally hours ago, the Supreme Court has signaled that it is about to finally and decisively end race-based gerrymandering forever, which means in many respects the end of the Democrat Party. All right, so you're sitting down. You're sitting down, you caught your breath. Let me take you on just a very quick historical journey so we understand what's happening right now, the context here. It all goes back to 1965. President Lyndon Johnson signs what's called the Voting Rights Act after the horrific events, if you recall, Bloody Sunday in Selma, Alabama. The law was meant to ensure that blacks could vote without discrimination. Fair enough, wonderful. But here's where it gets twisted. By the 1980s, Democrats figured out how they could weaponize this law to create what are called majority-minority districts. So these are districts made up of a majority of minorities, which essentially segregated voters by race so as to guarantee political outcomes. Now, in '86, there was a Supreme Court case called Thornburg versus Gingles. And what it did is it created a three-part test that lowered the burden of proof necessary to prove something called vote dilution, okay? Vote dilution is a legal concept that Democrat activists came up with, where they convinced the court that the democratic participation of a minority group is weakened or rendered ineffective through the way electoral districts are drawn. So bottom line, opponents of vote dilution argued that unless districts were drawn around majority minority population regions, then those minorities can never elect the candidates of their choice. And so the Gingell's test, as it's called, made it easier for Democrat activists to draw up these race-based congressional districts. Suddenly, Democrats weren't just fighting for voting rights. Now they were engineering election results with the Supreme Court's blessing, again, back in '86. So they were packing minority voters into specific districts while cracking apart conservative communities. It was racial gerrymandering disguised as civil rights. Fast forward today, and we have what's called Louisiana versus Calais. This is the case that could change everything. Here's what happened. Louisiana created a second majority black congressional district to comply with a federal court order. And of course, this federal court order came in line with the way the VRA, the Voting Rights Act, has been interpreted since Gingell's back in '86. But a group of voters, God bless them, recognized that this was, in their opinion, nothing less than a mandated form of racial segregation. And that group of voters sued, saying the state was violating their 14th and 15th Amendments, the same amendments that were supposed to protect equal treatment under the law. They sued, charging that this was nothing less than race-based gerrymandering. And it is now in front of the Supreme Court. But here's the kicker. Last night, on Friday night, the Supreme Court expanded the scope of the case. They're not asking whether Louisiana's redistricting map is constitutional. They are now asking whether creating any majority-minority district violates the Constitution. And that would in effect gut the Gingell's interpretation of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which is the Democrats' favorite tool for rigging elections. Section 2 prohibits voting discrimination on the basis of race or color and the like, and Democrat activists have weaponized that through this ridiculous notion of vote dilution. So they purposely redraw congressional districts so as to segregate minorities from whites. And gang, the Supreme Court is signaling that they're about to shoot that down 6-3. The Supreme Court is poised to declare all majority minority districts, districts that were deliberately drawn so as to exclude whites, unconstitutional. Now, do you know what that means? Okay, are you sitting down? That means that by 2026, the Democrats may lose upwards of 25 House seats. 25 House seats could disappear overnight if the Supreme Court overturns race-based gerrymandering, which they almost certainly will. Nearly half those seats, 11 or so, would be in the South alone, so that the Democrat Party, in terms of congressional representation, would in effect, they would literally go extinct in the South as a result of this overturning. Now, if your math ain't so quick, that means that the Republican Party would be going into every single congressional election every 2 years with a baseline of at least 230 seats. And this doesn't even count Texas's new redistricting map that just added 5 new solid GOP seats. This doesn't count Ohio's, which is adding 2 new GOP seats. And it doesn't count Florida's, their new map, which is yielding us 4 new GOP seats. Gang, the electoral consequences of this is beyond anything anyone could have imagined literally weeks ago. The Democrats are staring into the abyss. This would be the single biggest political earthquake of the last 100 years and permanently block the Democrats out of congressional power for the foreseeable future. And to make matters even worse, it's just, you probably heard, it's just been announced that Trump has amassed a $1.4 billion war chest for the midterms. Well, the Democrats are basically bankrupt. They're literally borrowing money just to keep the lights on at the DNC. The Democrats' entire congressional strategy since the 1960s has been built on maintaining their artificially created districts. The Supreme Court is poised to drop the hammer on that precedent and shatter it into a million pieces. If and when that happens, gang, it's game over. Suddenly, districts from California to New York will be, by law, need to be redrawn based on the actual communities of interest, not racial quotas. And the days of Democrats racially gerrymandering election results will have come to a decisive end, just like the Democrats themselves. So what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments section below. I want to read what you think about this. I want to hear your comments, because this is a game changer like none other. And of course, if you haven't already done so, make sure to smack that bell and subscribe button for breaking news and analysis you're not going to hear anywhere else. I love you guys.
All right. Also, there's something else we learned. I'll find the video that's in. LBJ signed a secret agreement in '65 that granted Israel access to all U.S. intelligence. Ain't that about a bitch, right? Makes not a bit of sense. Not a bit of sense at all. Also, if you guys want to get your songs in, play a couple of them. And also, there's something else I want to mention. What was it? Let's see. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, one more thing to go through, because we have got something else inscribed. Oh boy. Oh boy. You know it's about them. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna put this in the chat. And if anyone could possibly put that into the Rumble chat, it would be greatly appreciated, because this one, it's 2 pages. General Patton realized too late that he had been used by some quote-unquote Semitic influences, and he regretted the outcome of the war. Patton was killed shortly thereafter in an accident after he started being more vocal with his anti-Jewish opinions. Here are some of his journal entries from 1945. I have been at Frankfurt for a civil government conference. If what we are doing to the Germans is liberty, then give me death. I can't see how Americans can sink so low. It is Semitic, I am sure of it. Today we received orders in which we were told to give the Jews special accommodations. If for Jews, why not Catholics, Mormons, etc.? We are also turning over to the French several 100,000 prisoners of war to be used as slave labor in France. It is amusing to recall that we fought the revolution in defense of the rights of man and the Civil War to abolish slavery, and have now gone back on both principles. Boy, this one fucking hits hard right here. Berlin gave me the blues. We have destroyed what could have been a good race, and we are about to replace them with Mongolian savages. The Jews, by the way. And all Europe will be communist. It said that for the first week after they took it, Berlin, all women who ran were shot, and those who did not were raped. So once again, please tell me who it was. There we go. I could have taken it instead of the Soviets had I been allowed. Actually, the Germans are the only decent people left in Europe, and it's a choice between them and the Russians. I prefer the Germans. What we're doing is to destroy the only semi-modern state in Europe so that Russia can swallow the whole. Evidently, the virus started by Henry Morgenthau and Bernard Baruch of a Semitic revenge against all Germans is still working. Harrison, a U.S. State Department official, and his associates indicate that they feel German civilians should be removed from the houses for the purpose of housing displaced persons. So, right? This was in World War II. They feel German civilians, let's replace German with Palestinian civilians, should be removed from their houses for the purpose of housing displaced persons. There are 2 errors in this assumption. First, when we remove an individual German, we punish an individual German, while the punishment is not intended for the individual, but for the race. Furthermore, it is against my Anglo-Saxon conscience to remove a person from a house, which is a punishment without due process of law. It's funny, he brings up due process. The jagoffs over in the Democrat Party bring up due process. We're referring to illegal aliens because they have the same rights as we do, it seems. Shouldn't at all. But there is a very apparent Semitic influence in the press. Wow. It only got worse. They are trying to do two things. First, implement communism, and second, see that all businessmen of German ancestry and non-Jewish antecedents are thrown off their jobs. They have utterly lost the Anglo-Saxon conception of justice and feel that a man can be kicked out because somebody else says he is a Nazi. And justice is in the drops. I have been just as furious as you at the compilation of lies which the communist and Semitic elements of our government have leveled against me and practically every other commander. In my opinion, it is a deliberate attempt to alienate the soldier vote from the commanders, because the communists know that the soldiers are not communistic and they fear what 11 million votes of veterans would do. Cute, right? And that's it. Those were out of his mouth. So, anybody think that Trump doesn't know? He knows. He knows a lot. Let's see. Ooh, Wendy. Oh yeah, Wendy, that redacted one you posted. Yeah, we watched it yesterday. That shit's fire. Let's see. I gotta write these down real quick. Let's see. Let's see. Oh shit. You know what else? Let's see. We didn't get that. Damn it. That one. Damn it. Yeah. What's it? 1 second, guys. Just gotta find this. 1 second. Oh, and also, the video that we listened to earlier when they mentioned Five Eyes and everything. Oh, wow. Isn't it funny? My lunch breaks is all about Five Eyes right now, too. Nothing to see here, huh? I mean, I just love it that there's so many channels out there that they're just slamming the shit down. I mean, today's Sunday. Okay, so yeah, we watched yesterday's. Trying to make sure we didn't forget anything, which probably did. Oh, please tell me did you guys see the news about the WNBA game? That somebody threw a dildo on the court and the guy got arrested? See? Just like a lesbian league, man. They don't do dick, and literally they can't take a fucking joke. Because if they could, they are the joke. What was it? It's what the fuck was it? Sorry guys, no, that's not it. Damn it. Sorry, guys. Just there's one more one to show. Hey, fuck it. I'll throw a. Let me see. Was it circumcised? I do not know, but it was lime green. Did we mention the Jews? A couple times. Let's see. Yeah, make sure you snitch those illegals in too. You get $750 a head. I want to see everybody get rich. Let's see. All right. I got a couple in here. Brittany Grinder's dick fall off, man. Tell you what. All I want to do is I want to know exactly what was going through Victor Boot's mind when they crossed paths, when they did the exchange, and he's like, "What the fuck?" It was almost like the same look that all those soccer players are giving, Brad McCrone. Oh my God, yeah, when the weave got ripped off, and they called timeout, and she ran in the back, and then somebody's making fun of her, and they had that person thrown out of the game. Somebody that bought their ticket and just ridiculed. Oh, and there was a soccer game in St. Louis, and somebody tried to go in with a "Make America Great Again" hat, and they were denied because they said it was political. But the place was packed full of fucking dyke flags, all your little tranny flags. So yeah. So please tell us again that let's see. All right, we got the first one coming, and I'm gonna try to find that other video. But if I can't, got a couple songs here. Anybody else wants to throw? Yes, yeah, Wendy, that book, that JFK and RFK Secret Battle Against Zionist Extremism, the documentary by Ken McCarthy. Oh, very awesome. Eat, drink, breathe bacon. By the way, fucking hands down, gotta be the best screen name on Rumble. Toll-free numbers, calls from US or Canada only. 1-866-347-2423. Also listed as 1-866-DHS2-ICE. So, together, that's a dead giveaway, especially over here. Walmart late at night, around 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock time, see a bunch of them going in there and buying their shit, and then they're all congregating outside. It's a lot of money there. I mean, you might clear in 20 grand in a night. Shit, I'd even give half back, right? Why not? So, yep, got the first one coming up right now.
I'm running to the office.
Yeah, it goes. It's just so cute. Beautiful out here. Take out the pontoon today.
Yeah. Make sure you guys.
Yeah, the water
set up
wheel.
there, yeah.
So cool. Half barrels.
Man.
And the pontoon.
Yep.
So great.
Sexy ex-girlfriend.
Does this guy have a name? Colin?
Ooh.
Here's one there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh wow. Look at how blue the water is.
No. It's insane.
This is awesome.
Make them work for it. Put the scholarship pool over there.
Doris, look how blue the water is on my phone. So blue.
Weeping willows giving shade. Underneath the trees I am safe. I am, I It's just It's just me in my garden with the birds and the leaves. I am someone under the sun. I am breathing, I am free. Morning glories on the vine, oh, they're singing to me. Oh, I'm planted in my garden, don't think I will ever leave. I love the long days, don't want summer running away. Weeping willows giving shade. Underneath the trees I am safe. I am, I It's just me in my garden with the birds
everybody here for spending your Sundays with us. Thank everybody in the chat. I mean, Dean and I mean, we love all of you guys. I mean, it's just, oh, I love it. You got to, the thumbs down. You got to respect the haters too, because that means that they did not listen to a damn thing that we talked about. If they did, they might have learned something. But, oh well, I just look at it that way. Just as long as the thumbs up are more than the thumbs down, that helps. So we'll see you guys again tomorrow. Yeah, we have a string of shows this week. We have tomorrow with The Time Is Now, and that's on Rumble at 7 p.m. Central. Then Tuesday, we'll be back here again. WeNotMe on YouTube, Rumble, X, Facebook, all that. And that'll be at 5 p.m. Central. Then on Wednesday, I believe we're still doing it live. The show Cranker's Pit and everything. So that's going on Wednesday. And then Thursday, we're back here at 5 p.m. Central. And Wednesdays at 7 p.m. Central also. Probably back here on Rumble. Probably could slide over to YouTube as well. Dina could do all that. And then Friday, of course, we have off. Well, I think we have off. I'm not sure. I'll have to check. But yeah, thanks so much for everybody. Just stick around. Want to thank Poppy, big time for popping in, and of course the Queen D for popping in too, because it's always fun having her on, because we just talk back and forth all day, so it's nothing for us. And also we have more of those clips if people want to hear more of those clips, the recorded ones that we have, because I mean we have that hour one. I have no idea what was on that one, but I know it had to have been something just like way out there. Because if I'm talking for an hour to myself, because I know she was asleep and I just started recording and I was gonna write it all out, and I'm like, I'll just play it. So yep, we want to thank everybody here. We love you guys. Definitely have a great rest of your 9/11, your August 3rd. And yeah, hopefully good old Backdoor Barry gets picked up tomorrow. It'd be pretty funny on his birthday, no less. So we shall see. And plus it's a Monday, so you got that going for us. So we will see you guys again tomorrow night on the Time Is Now podcast on Rumble. All right, guys.